Раз, два, три, один, два, три, раз. Один, два, раз, раз, два, один, два, три, раз, два, три.
Отак. Мікрофон працює і... А отут почекай.
Віджали англійську.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, my distinguished friends, the Red Cross, the City of Freiburg, international organizations, sorry for having not quite perfect conditions here for all of us, but please believe me, it's going to be very comfortable in this building for our heroes, for our unbroken people. And today we go on with our conference days. But today we have a very special day since today we are the first people who have entered the building that has been constructed over several months, reconstructed over several months. So let's applaud to our great partner, the Red Cross, that has joined in this initiative. And let's applaud to the mayor of the city of Freiburg, who is staying together with us. And let's applaud to all the international organizations and to all of you, the people who are not indifferent, who have invested a part of their heart into this building. You know, dear colleagues, every good work should start with a prayer. A lot of you know the Ukrainian Catholic University as one of the most reputable academic institutions of our country, but not many of you know here is the Mrs. Ambassador of Croatia. Let's applaud to her. Modest Croatia, and the mayor of Skadovsk. Let's applaud. Thank you. So, not many of you do know that the rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University, Bogdan Prach, is the head of the supervisory board of the ecosystem of humanity unbroken. So, let me ask Father Bogdan Prach to bless our today's date and to bless this building. Please, dear Father, we can't go anywhere without having God's mercy and God's blessing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let's stand up. And here is the prayer, Our Father. Father, thank you, friends. I think that these changes wouldn't be possible if several years ago Oleg Samchuk did not visit this building. Let's applaud to him. He is now the CEO of the project. Yes, he says that it's a team. I've already accomplished my mission, and I'm giving the floor to Irina Zaslavets, who is the voice, the mother, the founder of the Unbroken Foundation. She is the person who is not in the part. She has given all her heart to the Unbroken project. Irina, we thank you. It's really mutual love. So, dear friends, good afternoon. We are very happy to see you here because important milestones in our life should be shared with the people who are near and dear to you. And today, that is really a very milestone since we are opening the new building of our National Rehabilitation Center. And this is going to be the space for the recovery our patients. That is going to be the place where our experts, our doctors will try to make their life better and full-fledged. And of course, they will work with all the people who have been wounded or have suffered as a result of the war. 7 stories of 4,000 square meters of the building with the most advanced equipment. That's what we have here. And they will be fighting together with our team for every gesture, for every emotion of our patients. Today, in our room, we have our partners. These are also the mayors of Ukrainian and European cities and towns, heads of medical institutions, Ukrainian foreign doctors, and we've got the people like we have gathered here, our patients. In particular, we would like to point out the sponsors of our today's event. The exclusive partner is the U.S. International Organization, Humanitarian Organization Direct Relief, and the main partner is Red Cross of Ukraine, the city of and the city of Vilnius, and the mental support center has been opened thanks to the Lviv IT cluster, in particular 3 companies. IKEA has provided the furniture for our building, and thanks to you, we feel comfortable here. And the lighting has been provided by Signify Ukraine. They have provided all the equipment to provide lighting for these buildings. The information partner is Ukrainian media group Starlight Media, so let's applaud to all our partners once again. And let's applaud to all the builders, because they have really done a great job within the record period of time. Let's applaud to all them. And the applaud also goes to every medical nurse, intern, every single individual who joined in this process. Yes, we definitely need to applaud to all of them. They have not been sleeping today in the night, of course. So we've got 3 panel discussions today, and there will be breaks in between for some informal communication. We will end it all up at 6, and me, Orest Homolovsky, and the development director of the First Medical Union of Lviv and the head of the Unbroken Project, Irina Zaslavets, will be the facilitators of this event. Let me tell you that on your badges you have QR codes, so please do the scanning. And today, during the day, nice pictures from our event will appear there, because we really want you to share the best impressions of this event with you, and our cameramen are already working. You know, Unbroken is only 1 year old. This is the project now for our team is kind of a universe, but it was born in April last year with a mission to save people, to rehabilitate, and to do prosthetics. And over this period of time, we have provided assistance to 13,000 wounded people and 10,000 of IDPs. In Lviv, here, we have created a space where everyone affected by the war knows that he is not alone, that he will be cared for, that he will be provided some assistance here. And every individual, in fact, should be sure of the fact that he or she will be helped, because this confidence really adds life energy and stability in your life. Every single person in Ukraine should be protected, should feel protected, and should know that there is someone who will take care of him or her. This year has really been a very difficult and intense year, and we have got a video on how the Unbroken started and on the transformations. And I also want to watch this video because it's kind of a surprise for me. Please, let's show the video.
Температура 1300 градусів
The
плавить
temperature
сталь. Бетон можна
100
зруйнувати
degrees. An
вибухом.
explosive car destroys concrete.
А вітер зі
But there is
швидкістю
no video in
28
the
метрів на
screen.
секунду
Oh, here
ламає
it
дерево.
is. A 28 meter per second
Людське
wind
тіло
will break a
крихкіше за
tree. The
будь-який
human body is
метал,
more than
бетон
any
чи
metal,
дерево.
concrete, or wood.
Але у ньому є дух,
But humans
який не
It's an
знищити.
unbreakable spirit.
Тому ми незламні.
That's why we are unbroken.
Усі трагедії цієї війни
Every
мають
tragedy of
імена.
this war has a
Вокзал у
name.
Краматорську
The train
– це
station in
родина
Kramatorsk
Степаненків.
bears the name of the
Знищений
Stepanenko
Бахмут
family. The devastated
Микита.
Bakhmut is Mikita.
Житлові квартали Сергіївки,
Serhivka's
брати
residential
Володимир та
quarters are the
Яків.
brothers Volodymyr and Yakov.
Коли закінчиться війна?
When will you be back? When the war is
Ракетні
over?
удари поруч
Into
з
the
нашою
shelter.
лікарнею.
Missile strikes next
Перші
to our
евакуаційні
hospital. The
потяги,
first
лікарів
evacuation
без
trains
кордонів.
of
Усе
Doctors
це досі
Without
перед
Borders.
очима.
Those
100
images still
поранених
won't go
військових,
away.
яких привозять
100
одночасно
wounded
після
soldiers
обстрілу
brought it at
полігону.
the same time after
Ми
the
не
strike
ходили
on the
додому
training
і
ground.
жили
We
поруч з
never went home.
пацієнтом.
We stayed
Роман
next to our
– один з
patients.
тих 100.
Roman is one of the
68 днів
100.
лікування.
68 days
Ігор,
of
наш
treatment.
фізичний терапевт,
Igor, our
поставив його
physical
на ноги.
therapist, got him
З
back on
Романа
his
все
feet again.
почалось.
Then it all
Сьогодні
started with
їх
Roman.
тисячі
Today
незламних.
we have thousands of
Оксана,
them unbroken.
медсестра з
Oksana,
Лисичанська.
a nurse from
І її
Lysychansk,
перші кроки.
and her first steps.
Михайло і його біонічна
Mikhailo and
рука.
his bionic
Наша
arm,
перша.
our first one.
Сергій та Юля.
Sergei and
Наші
Julia,
Ромео і
our
Джульєтта.
Romeo and Juliet.
Протезні майстерні
The
наша
prosthetic
гордість.
workshops,
Спочатку
our
менша,
pride. That grew
а
as
тепер
time went
велика.
on.
До речі, це я,
By the way,
Назар.
that's me. I'm
І
Nazar.
лікарі, які
And
приїздять з
doctors
усього
coming in from
світу
every corner of the
допомогти
world
і
to
навчити.
help and to train.
А ще є центр ментального
And there
здоров'я
is also the
і
mental
будинки
health
для
hospital,
незламних
the mental
матусь.
health center, and buildings for the unbroken
А це
mothers.
місце мрій
While
і надій.
this is the place of hopes and
Місце
dreams,
перемоги
the place
над
of
своєю
triumph
травмою.
over trauma.
Хтось був на Зміїному,
Some were at Snake Island.
хтось не знімає балаклави,
Never remove their
а хтось
balaclavas,
вирішив
their
охреститися в
helmets. And
лікарні.
some chose to get baptized in the hospital.
Сотні і тисячі
Hundreds and
неймовірних
thousands
історій.
of incredible stories.
Щодня ми разом
Every day,
протезуємо,
together, we make
реабілітуємо,
prosthetic limbs,
лікуємо, оперуємо,
rehabilitate, treat,
розповідаємо
operate,
історії,
tell stories,
шукаємо кошти,
fundraise,
будуємо і
build,
мріємо.
and dream.
Це наш місток у нове
That is
життя.
our bridge into the new life. A very nice video. You know, we could be talking over a long period of time about what are we going to do here and with whom, but the most important thing is our result. And I think that the result can be shared the best by our patients, our unbroken boys and girls. And now let me give the floor to our panel within this panel discussion to our Mikhailo Yurchuk, whom we saw in the video. This was our first patient with a bionic arm. Let's applaud to him. Do we have Roman Kulik now in the room? So he's still coming, I hope. Ilya Polipenko is still not here, but he's coming. He's now in the rehabilitation room because he was staying on the 7th story. And we have Victoria Hamage, who is here. She's has got the non-war trauma, but that doesn't mean that the trauma is not important. So Victoria has lost her limb. Let's applaud. So we can actually start our panel, and then I will ask you to find one more chair. And Olena is here, right? Olena Svetlova, let's also invite her. Olena is a teacher from Lysychansk who has also become a part of the family of the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken. Let's applaud to her. It's really important to get together with the people who are near and dear to us. And let's find another chair for Ilya. Please, thank you for coming. And I hope very much that Roman will also join us. So, Mikhailo, it all started with you in our prosthetics. And I remember Ola saying we need to place a bionic prosthesis. And we started looking for a person with whom we could do this. And of course, we found Nazar, our prosthetic surgeon. Then we found Oksana. Then we found a team. But we didn't find a person who would agree to share this dream with us and to become the first person ever to take the risk. And that was you. And here is also Ilya Polepanko. Let's applaud to him, a tank driver, and he is going to become a part of our team as well. I would ask someone to help with the microphones for, I think, or well, let's probably pass the mic. Just, could you show us the way you are using your prosthetic limb? How do you feel? Well, of course, it's better than without it, but not a single prosthetic limb can actually replace your own limb. I hope that technologies are moving forward and in the future that will still change. But you are using your prosthesis, of course, but as an assistive one to take something which is light, not to carry some heavy things. But anyway, I remember, well, you know what the story was. When Mikhailo got his prosthetic leg, he was told, don't do this, but he remembered that he just needs to go to Nova Poshta to pick up some parcel. Yes, I needed to send a gift to my friend, so that was right on the second day after this prosthetic leg was put. So, you know, when a person got an opportunity to go, the possibility to go, he just stood up and went. That's all about great will. That's why Mikhailo for us is a part of our team, a person of great spirit. He's a fighter. But I know that when this tragedy happened to you, as you told me, when you saw that you were traumatized, you got a grenade. Can I tell more? So you took it. Well, of course, it's clear what your thoughts were, but your fellows, your comrades said that, okay, if you do it, we will never leave you. Let's do it, and we will all be dead then. And that was really true. They didn't leave him there, and there was no more tragedy after that. And Mikhailo is alive thanks to them. But I remember a lot of stories when such suicide ideas actually prevail over the fear of death. That's true. You're always afraid of being a cripple more than being afraid of death. I just couldn't realize how I could live on after that without the limbs. I just didn't understand how this could be possible. I didn't have any example to follow. But then it started changing. Yes, it did. Well, Mikhailo is a very modest, a very shy person. But after his trauma, he met his current wife and he got married. It was on the New Year's Eve. This means that he did not break and he managed to start a new life. Yes, that's true. What is your life like now? Well, I'm still trying to think what I could be engaged in, but I'm happy that I'm alive. We're also happy that you are alive. And you know, long ago, fortunately, when I myself had a very severe disease, I faced the situation when I didn't have any positive samples to follow. I had never seen people who survived after cancer, and it was not actually common practice to talk about knowledge and transplantation of some tissues and some bones. Well, that was, I had to experience the surgery in Germany, but that was something from a different world. And a lot of things have changed over this period of time. There are now people who speak about that openly, and they understand. They tell you that, for example, if you have a nice form of the skull, you can actually look very nice. And now I would really tell me in the past that you can definitely win over everything if you are supported by good people. Mikhailo, so what would you tell to yourself back then from the current perspective? Well, I even don't know what to say. We hope that Milo is going to be a motivation trainer in our team. He will keep communicating with the people who've got traumas like he has got injuries, and together we will be getting them back to life in terms of their emotions. What will you keep telling them? Well, to answer your first question, what would I tell myself back then? Well, that everything depends on your decisions. But what I would tell to the patients, well, I would just show to them by my own example that it's possible to live without a limb, without an arm, without a leg. It's possible to still find your place in this life, to build your personal life. So everything is still possible. And where from have you got the greatest support? Is it friends or relatives or doctors or all together? All together, and some personal ideas. And do you feel you asked to be a part of your family? I think you're even a little bit bored with art because we love you so much that we want to have you more in our lives. But Mikhailo says that no, I've just got married, so I still need to pay a lot of attention to my wife.
Could I ask your mic because I have to give it to Ilya. I have already said a couple of words about Ilya. He's the military man working in the tank, and now he's undergoing rehabilitation in our center. Thank you for staying with us. Could you please tell us what has happened to you? Do you mean the trauma? The greatest fear of people who are in the tank is to be alive in the tank. And subconsciously, I understood what I had to do when something like this happened. And there was explosion because of the mines, and there was a fire within the tank, and it was necessary to make a decision. And I had a leg injury, and there were several burns. Well, before you came here, you were in some other places. Well, that was my way of hope and desperation and disappointments. Actually, I'm really happy to get here. I was invited here. At that time, I was looking for some treatment options because my leg was not functioning at the time, and I even lost some hopes, and I took a decision that I would go and have the amputation in Kyiv. But when I came here, I changed my mind, and I decided that I would probably stay here and have some treatment and have some prosthetic limb. What did you like most? I liked the attitude. I saw the head of the department. He was young and full of energy. I got acquainted with the team. They explained to me everything, and they explained to me that they had a rehabilitation center, a prosthesis workshop. They immediately invited a prosthetic expert, and he explained everything to me. What kind of device will it be? And they explained to me that everything would be fine, that now people can fully function having two prosthetic limbs. So actually all my questions were answered, because it was understandable that a person at least should understand what's going on and have all the questions answered, not just to imagine something. So I liked everything, the atmosphere, the attitude, and 1 week after I came here to have a surgery and then the prosthesis. The story of Ella is probably one of the most often told one. Several weeks ago, when a minister of foreign affairs of the Netherlands came here, and I started making a stream using my phone. Why I wanted to stream this meeting? Because our patients at that time were doing exercises in the rehabilitation room, and I wanted everybody to see it. And Ilya was one of those people. I came up to one patient, then to another, and then I came up to Ilya and asked, "How are you doing? And do you remember what you answered?" Yes, I remember. I said, "Everything is cool, everything is great, I really feel like at home." And also, Ilya said that, well, I actually do not want to get a prosthetic limb, because if I get it, I'll have to leave this center, because I feel very comfortable here. And I'm telling the truth because everything is in my Facebook page. Do you understand what it means for us, for this team who is trying to establish this space, when one of our patients says that he feels as if he were at home and he doesn't want to leave this center? So these words were of great importance for us. So what happened next? There was a proposal which you cannot reject, actually. Ilya decided to start working as one member of our team, and he will deal with prosthesis. So he will deal with 3D printing. I think it deserves applauses. You know that it's very important that this care approach, including rehabilitation and care, will continue in their life after they leave our center. Definitely the businesses should be open to people who survived through these injuries. They should be employed, their families should be taken care of, they should be accepted in society. Now we are talking a lot about it, and we are going to talk about it a lot in future, as psychosocial rehabilitation is one of our elements. And there was another episode, it seems to me a week or 2 weeks ago, when we went to the pottery class, because art therapy is one of the rehabilitation tools available here. And I asked Ilya, so what do you feel about pottery? And he said it will be great for our patients. And again, I was really moved with these words, because he is still our patient, but he is already thinking about other people. Well, you never think about it, you never plan it, you just say what you think. That's it. I really enjoy the process when you see that you learn something, you can do something. It's a different world for you. It's cool. And I think that lots of military people will enjoy it when they start doing, for example, this pottery class, and when they see the result of their activity. So when are you going to get your prosthetic limb? It's a secret. Well, I'll know it anyway. So probably you'll be the first to know. I know that it will be really, really soon. It will happen in the nearest future, and we do hope that you'd like it and you'll feel comfortable with it. And we have a surprise here online with us. Please give me a sign that our people are online. This is Joe Desena, who is the head of one of the startups and who is the head, the author of the bestsellers Spartan Way, Spartan Fit, and many others. Spartan Race is a series of races with obstacles, and these races are organized in the US and in some countries, including Canada, Australia, the Philippines, South Korea, and many others. Joe, I know that for one of our guests, you have a surprise,
Hi.
a gift.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you for inviting us. I have some friends on as well that are big supporters of Ukraine and prosthetics all over the world. We have adaptive athletes that race in 45 countries. We put on events everywhere, over 300 events, and we're honored to be part of this. We would love to help with a prosthetic here in this case with our friend. We would love to fly him over to the U.S. Erica, you may or may not see on the screen. I'm not sure. She was kind enough. She's a U.S. Military veteran. She was kind enough to procure the prosthetic. We have to fly him over, get him fitted, and then another friend of ours is going to run a few hundred miles with him across the desert, his new leg. So I'm very, very excited.
I know that you have gift for our Mikhail.
Yes,
Tell me please.
prosthetic, a new prosthetic, a running
Sport.
prosthetic.
Yeah,
Sport.
yes. Міша, тобі сьогодні подарували біговий протез. І змогу з ним пробігти в перспективі. Це не протез фізичний, який зараз тут є. Ми його тобі встановимо трішечки згодом. У нас є в команді протезист, який займається...
Your prosthesis is not here, but among our experts, there is a special person who deals with sport prosthesis, and it means that your dream to participate in races and to run will come true soon. Could I have one mic? Thank you very much. This was really one of my dreams. Mikhailo is really very reserved person. He's very modest person, so star disease is not about him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Пані Олена,
Miss Olana,
ви знаєте, перш ніж зараз я передам вам слово,
before I give you the floor,
не встигаю доїхати ще
I would say that unfortunately one more participant, Roman, unfortunately won't be able to join us. He was also in our video. He is a soldier, and the full-scale war started on the 24th of February 2022 for all of us. But the most scary thing happened when immediately we got 100 injured people. They all were military people, and he was one of them. And he was severely injured. Practically all parts of his body were injured, and practically he was not even brought here on stretchers. He was brought on hands. He spent 71 days in the hospital. He underwent full rehabilitation. Actually, he was composed from different parts. And he came to us about 1 week ago. I asked him, "How are you?" And he said, "I came to my relatives, to people who are very close to me." And when Ilya said that he felt here as if he were at home, Roman says that he feels that we are his family. And this is also very important for us because we try to really make this family atmosphere here. And your story also became very special for us. Olena is treated here now, and we are trying to find the best doctors in the world to unite them in one team, and we want them to make her beautiful again. Olena, you are a teacher, right? Yes. Are you teaching kids now? Yes. When I was discharged from the hospital, it was on the 15th of September. I immediately started working. I work remotely. I work with my camera off, so the kids do not see me so far. They know what happened to me, therefore they do not insist upon this. They are very understanding. What is important for them is not the way I look, but the way I communicate with them and the way I teach them. And this is really very supportive. During the shelling, you were injured on your face. I was walking in the park, there was an explosion, and my face was injured. So it happened what happened. I didn't know that I lost my eye, and when I knew about it, I was really shocked. I didn't want to leave at the beginning. You know that for a woman, for every woman, face is important, but I'm a teacher and I'm always looked at. So that was really very difficult for me. But then I thought, if God decided that I should be alive, I will live. I was trying to overcome these feelings and I managed to do it. And I would like to say, when Oleg Kovtonyak invited to join your team, I didn't have any thoughts to say no. I immediately understood that probably by sharing my story, I will be able to give hope to those women who are in the same situation as me, because life does not end when situations like this happen. And in this center, I get both the treatment and very, very good support. Ilya has already shared these ideas. So now we speak from our heart. We have not prepared these speeches. We are really sincere. And it turned out that I came to Lviv and I am alone and I was in this condition. And when I became part of Unbroken project, I really was supported. And again, I would like to say that I feel as if I were among my family here. Thank you very much. You are very courageous and strong woman. We are amazed with your strength. And when I saw Lana for the first time, I didn't see any injuries. I saw her smile. And this is something which is really valuable. And we are trying to develop reconstructive surgery. We shall implement the project Unbroken Beauty, which will be launched in the nearest future. And we shall take all the efforts for you to be able to work with your camera on and for your kids to be able to see you. I'm sure that it will be like this. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And could I have this mic once again? Misha. Probably you aren't a very talkative person. Probably Olena is. Olena, Olena, you have saved us. Vika is the only one here who has a civil injury, not related to military actions, but it doesn't make this injury less serious. I am a bit nervous. Well, we are supporting you. On the 9th of December, I was coming home from my work, and actually it's still the war that is to blame for my story. There was energy blackout, and I was crossing the road when the traffic lights were off, and I was knocked over by the bus, and he actually pulled me for several meters, and my leg was under the car, and I was conscious all the time. We were waiting for the ambulance. It was the rush hour. There were traffic jams. But when the ambulance came, I was calmed down a bit. There was strong pain because definitely my leg was severely injured. But I was brought to the hospital and everything is fine. So you were given already your prosthetic limb. So what does it mean for you? What will it mean for you? Support. It means support. And I do not have the prosthetic limb now, and I lean a bit to the left. But yeah, I was already given that limb, and if it were not my fall, I would probably start using it on the 20th day after amputation. This was very quick result. I know that there were certain issues with walking, and very serious and expensive equipment was used in order somehow to teach you walk again. Walkboard is a very cool robot, and when I used it, when I was walking with it, I felt my posture, I felt walking as if I were without it. So it's necessary to learn how you use your prosthetic limb. But when you use walkbot, you feel as if you were walking before the trauma, before the prosthetic limb, and really it was easy for me. Walkbot is available at one of our floors. It was given to us by the German government. It cost 600,000 euros, and a person becomes part of it and starts walking. And walking may be corrected. And we were discussing whether we need very expensive equipment or not. And we understood that this is not the matter of discussion. We need it very much because, first of all, it's the best way for us to take care of our patients. It makes the work of physical rehabilitologist much easier because when Walkbot is working with one patient, a therapist, maybe a physiotherapist, may work with another one. And why is it also important? Because unfortunately, in Ukraine, we do not have enough rehabilitation experts. And if there is a robot that may provide assistance and may assist such people as Ilya, Victoria, and Mikhailo, definitely we have to use it. And I hope you'll agree with me, right? Vika, by the way, will be a motivational coach together with all of us. It's important for us to make this team. At the end of this conversation, I would like to mention one more thing. Misha today was given a present, a gift, and he will have this sport prosthetic limb and his dreams will come true. And that means that people with prosthetic limbs are full-fledged players of this life, or members of this society. And now our society is faced with the challenge how we should properly communicate with these people, how we react to a person with prosthesis, to a person with facial injury, with burns on his or her body. How should we talk to these people not to make these people uncomfortable and not to make ourselves uncomfortable? How we should look at these people, how we should behave. And even yesterday, I was asked the same question. And there is a very good rule of such inclusive communication. Nothing about us without us. So I would like to sum up this conversation with your words, something we all remember from this conversation, something that will help us communicate with you the way we should. Mikhailo, could you tell us what is annoying for you? Something people do and you feel uncomfortable. So how should we behave? I think it's individual, actually, but there are certain moments when you walk and people just turn around and look at you, look at your leg, and in these moments I feel uncomfortable. Sometimes people say, okay, get better, and it's not actually very understandable for me. I'm healthy. I do not have a limb, but in all other respects, I'm healthy. And when a person says, okay, get better, recover, it's not probably very good because I won't have a limb. Probably better say, get lucky, or just may luck stay with you. But there are people who generally do not look at such people with injuries. Well, if people smile at you in a friendly way, that's okay. When people look at you directly, or people, again, probably scared when they see you. That's not comfortable as well. So just to respond in the usual way, to smile, to communicate in the way you communicate with other people. I witnessed a situation when a person in a wheelchair in the church was given some money just because a person was in a wheelchair, and people were trying to help in this way. I think this is something we should not allow here in Ukraine, because our society is also under transformation. Vika, are there any concerns of yours? From the very first day when I came here, I told my relatives and my friends, please do not take pity on me. Support me, give some words of support, encourage me, but do not take pity on me. And there were lots of people in the streets, and I actually will support Mihailo here, who were looking at me, looking like staring at me, actually. And this is not nice. We are unbroken. We need support, but this support may be with your smile, probably with your kind words, with a piece of advice. This is something we need. Vika again said, smile. We should be friendly, we should be sociable, we should be smiling. Olena. When I'm in this city, I live in a modular town shelter. The adults are okay, they respond nicely. I'm really sad about kids' reaction. They get a bit frightened. And as I'm a teacher, I definitely feel sad about it. Some kids explain what has asked me what has happened, and I explain to them, and then they understand and everything is fine. Lots of people really understand the situation. Now we have lots of injured people because of this war, and people really are understanding. The majority of them are understanding. I'm really sad about the children's reaction. And that means that parents should talk to their kids, explain, probably show some videos. For example, in transplantology area in Japan, they make some videos. So actually they have a social campaign when there is a toy, and this toy, for example, the elephant was given a bear's paw, and by such videos and cartoons, kids were actually taught this happening. They were trying to make this world better. I like when people look at me, I smile at them, and by doing this, I make them uncomfortable, feel uncomfortable. So I actually respond to such looks in a normal way. Well, when people take pity on me and start saying, well, oh God, what has happened to you? That's very annoying. Some people were trying to kiss your hands. Well, that was a story when we were standing with one of the psychologists from our center, and really a person was trying to kiss my hand, and we were at a loss. We didn't know how we should respond to this. Well, a person was trying to show compassion or probably support, or I don't know, but it's definitely not very nice when some unknown person is trying to kiss your hand. Probably before you approach somebody and ask questions, were you on the battlefield or something else, probably the first thing you should ask, could I ask you something? Would you like to share your story? Probably some people do not want to speak about the situation. Probably they still feel painful about it. So the best thing you can do is to ask whether the person in question is going to speak about it, would like to share his story, and only then ask what has happened to you. And another point, when such things, uncomfortable things happen, sometimes people look at you and want to say something but don't know what to say. The best thing you can do is to probably smile, probably give a nod with your head, showing a sign of gratitude. Probably it will be the best thing. I don't know what else I can add. So we already mentioned several ways. Just a smile, just normal look. A question. Shall I help you? Do you need some support or help? Because once we were eating pizza and pizza was brought to us, and I couldn't understand whether I should help Misha to take pizza or not. And our prosthetic expert said, well, can't he do it himself? He isn't a disabled person. And I think sometimes a sense of humor will come handy. But the thing is not to violate the individual boundaries of a person. I recently got my pension certificate, and there was a family, and there was a boy, and the boy said, well, he is the robot. And what did you feel at that moment? I, I started laughing. I didn't have any negative emotions. Sometimes in the shop, people, children come to me and just say, can you bend your limb? And the kids are impressed. They say, well, that's cool. I also want to have something like this. Children are really nice, and they are really good. Well, you have a different story, actually. Uh, Misha and all the others have probably their inner secret not to take pity on themselves, to communicate properly. You come to Misha and he doesn't get up to welcome me. I ask, okay, probably you could stand up, and yes, he stands up and welcomes me. Well, I was at a loss at that time. Thank you very much for being open and sincere with us. Thank you for being unbroken. Thank you for being part of our big family. Thank you for filling this rehabilitation center as part of your life story. And I do believe that by joining our efforts, we'll be able to make lots of dreams come true. Let's applaud to our patients. And coffee break. Time for coffee break. Let's enjoy some coffee. At 3 o'clock, there will be a mayor's panel. Freiburg mayor, Skadovsk mayor, Uzhhorod mayor. I'll be the moderator, so invite you to visit this discussion.
Шановні колеги, друзі, прохання всіх заходити до зали, будемо починати панельну дискусію наступну. Запросіть колег, хто на вулиці, хто має бажання. Зараз я вашу мрію здійсню. Окей. Mayor? Please. Так. Ви хотіли фото? Давайте. Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, mayors. Let us start our panel discussion, and let me express my gratitude to our guests, ambassadors, representatives of international organizations. Today, we have a day that gives us another step towards the opportunity of providing assistance to more and more people. I'm deeply convinced that the humanity unbroken ecosystem that we are now building here in Lviv should be built in all the cities and towns of our country. And today, we have mayors from different cities and towns. These are mayors of the cities and towns with different experiences. Let me first introduce my colleagues, mayors, for you to applaud. Let's applaud to the mayor of Ochtyrka. Let's applaud to the mayor of Skadovsk. Let's applaud to the mayor of Freiburg. And let's applaud to the mayor of Uzhhorod. Well, you know, it's very easy to be a mayor if you can just come to your workplace, work, and solve the problems. We have Mr. Yakovlev among us. He's the mayor of Skadovsk. Skadovsk has been under occupation for already a year. And he is managing the town to the extent it is possible remotely. This refers to education, to finance. But I cannot even imagine what he's in for. We truly believe that our army will soon liberate the whole south of the country, and that he will be able to physically go back to Skadovsk. But what is he going to face there? On the one hand, there will be the residents who are now living there. On the other hand, these will be the residents who have left the area and who will be coming back home. I think that it's only you who can really imagine the full picture and the whole range of problems, in particular psychological rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation problems that you're going to face. So let us listen to your ideas, to your vision of what it's going to look like, because you are really in the worst situation now. Good afternoon. Sometimes it is difficult to foresee something, to see how it works, how it goes. But this doesn't mean that you don't need to think how you're going to do this and what you're in for. In fact, we are really not idling. We left this town because we understood that to save as many people as possible, we need to arrange evacuation. So our team dealt with the evacuation, and we managed to evacuate quite many people, almost 3,000 residents. We evacuated them from the occupation already at the point in time when there was no official connection. Unfortunately, later the process was to be terminated. And what does our team do now? What do we as city authorities do now? We have about 120 staff members, but only 20 of them are now working. And as the mayor of Lviv has, we are dealing with education, with the financial processes of self-government. We support the people who are staying in the occupation, and we are supporting the residents who have left, gone to different parts of Ukraine and abroad. And we even continue making payments that we can still make. We have launched the education process, and our children, no matter where they are staying, whether in Ukraine or abroad, still have a chance to continue their studies following our Ukrainian legislation. And when we launched the education process, we saw that children are really facing some psychological problems. And when we saw this, we launched a special program for children. That is the program developed here in Lviv jointly with the psychologists. That is the psychological rehabilitation art therapy step-by-step program. This is the program for our students who are staying in different parts of Ukraine and other countries, and that is all about psychological rehabilitation they are badly in need of. We have selected almost 200 children who have given their consent to go through a course of this art therapy, and the results are already incredible. After 2 months of group work with psychotherapists in the remote format online, well, they were not quite acquainted with each other, but sometime later we got very positive feedback both from children and from their parents, who said that this is something they really need. This is like a gulp of fresh air for them. They commented that children with psychological problems became calm, and I know that in the future Skadovsk will become the town to which hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians will keep coming after victory, and they will be in need of rehabilitation. This rehabilitation camp was functioning since 2015 on the Jirilhach island. That was for 80 guys, the anti-terrorist operation participants. So from May to October, people could come there and have some rest in order to have some psychological rehabilitation. On that island, we even had a marathon that was called the Achilles Marathon. It was in 2021. And by the way, one of the participants, well, he had an injury. He didn't have a leg. But that was a marathon across lakes, sand, marshes, swamps. So we were concerned how he was going to cover this distance. And after the end of this running tour, by the way, it was she, it was not him, he. So we asked her, was it difficult? And she said that, well, yes, I just got called in that limb which I had lost, but the other one, everything was fine. So that's about psychological rehabilitation. I'm sure that we will have this rehabilitation, but we need to get ready for this. And it's great that we have an opportunity to build such centers. That will really be a major contribution of towns and cities and the contribution of each of us into our victory. Thank you. Let us believe that the army will soon occupy Kherson region. You will soon go back home, and you will be able to use the experience you have got here into life. Dear colleagues, we have the mayor of Ochtyrka. The Russian army tried to invade Ochtyrka. They failed. They put it under shelling for many a time. And when the number of wounded was already critically high, the mayor of the town, who himself is a doctor, just put on his medical uniform and started working as the doctor. I think that this is a unique experience of combining the functions of a doctor and a mayor. Please tell us, how was it? And what do you intend to do next? Well, Andrei, I would like to share a different story. I would like to tell you about the emotions and feelings I have now. We've got 2 short trailers, and I've put down my thoughts on paper to be consistent and logical. But, now, as a doctor, I've got a feeling of an engineer who's just come to the exhibition of progress, exhibition of achievements, of new cars that are not produced now. That is something new. It's like Elon Musk or some brand new cars, hydrogen cars. So that's what my impression now is as a doctor. So if you could show the first trailer. Good evening, we are from Ukraine. Let me wish you good health, dear Ukrainians. Night bombardments, night shelling throughout the night at regular intervals, missile strikes, artillery strikes, full total destruction of the infrastructure. Destruction of people through famine, through cold, through fire, physical destruction of people. This is the genocide of the Ukrainian people committed by Russia, tyrant Putin, and their military men. But we will survive. We will survive and keep prospering. Охтирка is Ukraine. And we will survive. We will survive and keep prospering throughout the world. Glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Охтирка is Ukraine. Thank you. So before we show you the next trailer, let me tell that we have already rebuilt quite a lot. The first CHP that was destroyed in Ukraine has been rebuilt, and well, nobody knew about the destruction. The only claim was that actually people felt too hot, too stuffy in the premises. They didn't know that the boiler house, that the CHP was not working. The other trailer is about the hospital, district hospital of Охтирка. Last year, we managed and we had to actually build a boiler house because we didn't know what will happen with district heating. We will manage to rebuild our oxygen station and the power generator. But you know, the hospital always had good electricity supply. It was not interrupted for more than 1 second. But could you tell how you treated people during the shelling? How you were really wearing a medical uniform? Okay, let me tell about this as well. On the 25th of February, at about 2 o'clock, when shelling was launched and when there were cluster ammunition from Uragans to Okturka, there were more than 20 people wounded and there were people who perished. The girl Alisa, whom you probably have heard about, she was not the first child that perished, but Okturka is probably the only city that on the first days was conducting an information war. And it was not difficult to do this because we had all our team together. We didn't know whether we will survive or not, but at 2 o'clock when the shelling started, I just gave a call to the chief physician of the hospital and asked whether they needed my help. So I had to do some surgery, 6 surgery operations with some fractures, bone fractures, thigh fractures. I've got 20 years of experience. I used to be a surgeon and the head of the department and a traumatologist. But after those surgeries, I understood that we would be destroyed. I mean, that the Russians will try to destroy all of us. And that was the point of time when I just shot a video with my basic thoughts. And here are my major remarks. Thank you, Andrei, for inviting us and for holding this forum. I'm a doctor, and my task has always been to be saving human lives and to help their bodies recover. For more than 3 years, I've been the city mayor of Ochtyrka, and now I really understand that community, country, and the world are also a body, are also a living body, a living organism that needs to be rescued. A lot of our communities are being attacked by the great virus of hatred, and our motherland is really having this disease, and the task of every mayor is to cure all the communities and to cure the whole country, to kill the virus and to get the immunity for generations to come and for centuries to come. Starting with the first days of the full-fledged war, together with my team, we started preventing the enemy from coming and killing our community, our society. The enemy came once, they were killed, and after that, Ochtyrka was not occupied any single time. So Ochtyrka didn't let the enemy go through it. Our people were not raped, our people didn't have any psychological torture. Our people are people heroes. That is what I can tell you very sincerely. Money and finance. These are the components that are the basic ones for the achievements, but these two basic components used to be the main ones until the period of time when Ukraine and Ukrainians started proclaiming to the whole world the values of will and freedom. And now I would say that the components of war, will of freedom, which is genetic for all Ukrainians, finance, and also people. Freedom is something genetic for our people. Finance is a subjective component because when you have hundreds of friends and colleagues who are self-sufficient people, and well, you are a millionaire, and the community of Lviv is a sample to follow in this respect. The Unbroken project is also an example of that. I've just jotted down what Andrei said today. Ochtyrka, in the first days of the war, was also an example of this, because it was at midnight when I gave a call to the mayor of Lviv on those first days, and he just told me, stay safe, keep going. And the only words of support were a relief for me back then, and I felt his support every single day. That's why this is an example. Again, I would say that money is something subjective. If something, the community, well, suppose Mr. Sadovey has organized numerous forums, international forums, or forum city for city. This is about billions of money involved, raised for our communities, raised for Ukraine, to kill this virus that we have in our country. And this is important for us to gain the immunity to prevent the enemy and to not to accept deaths in the country. And the third commandment is people, is individuals. And today's forum is about people who are willing to have freedom and to win. You know this slogan that the most important value is humans. So I think that we are really following this slogan. I can talk about medicine for hours, maybe even for days. In 2016, I saved a 1.5-year-old girl during a traffic accident. She had a fracture and she had the break in her spinal cord. And why am I mentioning this? Because in 2016, after some stabilization of this child, I went to Beijing together with her to have a rehabilitation course for her there. And the state-owned rehabilitation center in Beijing, to which we went, as compared to this institution, is much, much worse. Even if we take into account all the robototechnics. So what we have here is the dream of every mayor. And now, when I have entered, I've told you that I'm overwhelmed with feelings. I feel that it's really a great achievement, medical achievement. You know, Andrei, your building, your center is really much better. I've visited a lot of centers. I had one patient before the war with phantom pains. It was something not quite well known in that period of time. It was also after the traffic accident. But you know that no narcotics, no blockades can actually be helping in this case. This is what you have in your mind, in your brain. And the patient wanted to commit a suicide. He was saved, but he had to stay in the hospital. And I started reading a lot of literature and was trying to find a way to somehow deceive these phantom pains. And I found a way out. We have quite a strong organ. This is the sight organ, our eyes. So if we see with our eyes something which does not exist, in the brain, we have this switch. We invented a mirror-like device where there is the mirror reflection of one limb from the other limb. And you know, this patient had those phantom pains for several years. And of course, it didn't happen overnight, but about a month later, when he was discharged, he gave us a call and said that, well, sometimes I don't need any analgesics. Sometimes I take just one pill of analgesics. When the full-fledged war, full-scale war was launched, a lot of doctors told that 3D printers can be very much helpful, and they thought that they could really be helping using 3D printers in case of all those mine explosions and shells. But it so happened that really all those explosive ordinances lead to the amputation of limbs, unfortunately. And I can see that the future is behind biomechanic processes and exoskeletons. And as far as exoskeletons are concerned, we have been looking for exoskeleton for this girl, but I have only read about it in books. I have not yet seen it. But that is about the future. What else can I tell you? I'm really grateful to Andrei. I'm really grateful to the whole team, to all those who have come. And the main thing now is humanity, humanness. That's what I saw here. Boys and girls smiling. When a patient smiles in spite of pain and nostalgia. This means that the recovery process has been launched. When the patient is smiling every day, that means that he can be one of the rank and file soldiers and be striving for victory. So I am really dreaming of having at least a small similar rehabilitation center in our town. That is the dream I will be looking forward to. Glory to the unbroken, glory to Ukraine. You know, dreams can come true.
Thank you. When the Russian aggression started, one of the first who gave me a call and who offered support from the European city was Martin, the mayor of Freiburg. And there was not a single request that was not responded by him. He visited Lviv, he saw everything with his own eyes. Actually, we have been working for 1 year on trust, and today he visited our water supply facilities and he saw his generators functioning, and he visited this center today, and one of the floors of this center is dedicated to Freiburg. Freiburg has been a partner of Lviv for more than 30 years, and probably Freiburg helps us the most. I don't know what kind of feelings or impressions you have, but I would kindly ask you to share them, because today was not an easy day emotionally for you, because we visited the farewell ceremony of our heroes. You have had a meeting with our children, and you have communicated with our patients here, so you saw everything with your own eyes. Martin, you have the floor.
Andre, indeed, I mean, it's a very special day
Дякую,
for you. It's a
Андрію.
very special
Це
day for the
дуже
city, for the
особливий
region, for
день
your
для
whole
вас,
country,
для міста,
but
для
also
регіону,
for our
для
friendship,
країни,
because
але
we have
також
this
і для нашої
ongoing friendship
дружби,
for more than
оскільки
30
в
years
нас
already. It's a very
дружба наших міст
special
триває вже
friendship,
впродовж 30
and
років. Це
because
дуже
of the war and
особлива
the Russian
дружба.
invasion and
І
aggression,
внаслідок
it
війни,
became even way
російської
closer,
агресії,
and it
російського
was close
вторгнення,
the
ця
whole
дружба
30
стала ще
years before
ближчою,
already.
а вона і
And
так була
from
вже
the first
близькою
day of
впродовж
war, we had a
останніх
video
років.
conference,
І в нас
and we decided
проводилися
to support you as much as we can
відеоконференції. Ми
with
вирішили
exactly those things
допомагати
you really need.
Україні,
So you
наскільки ми
started
можемо.
giving us lists
І
of
відповідно
power
запитали, що вам
generators,
потрібно. А
different
ви надсилали
sizes,
нам
but the
листи
medical equipment
з
with
переліком
drugs,
генераторів,
and, so we tried
медикаментів.
to gather
І
around
ми
as much as
намагалися
possible. We did
надати
send,
все, що
I don't
тільки
know, a couple of
можна.
dozen trucks,
Я не
but
знаю, скільки
at
ми
the end,
вантажівок
there was a
відправили,
huge waves of
але
solidarity
це
within our
була
city, within the
дуже
country,
велика
and
хвиля
sorry,
солідарності
forget
в
about
нашому
only the
місті, в
national
нашій
politicians at
країні.
the end. It's
Давайте
about
не
the
будемо
citizens,
говорити
the
зараз
sister
про
city friendship.
політиків. Ми
Obviously,
говоримо
it's
про
helpful that
громадян
two
і про
mayors
міста.
like each other
Звичайно,
at the
добре,
end, but
коли
it's a friendship between
мери
cities,
дружать між
citizens,
собою, але
schools,
також добре, коли
universities,
дружать між
hospitals,
собою
and so
і
on.
громадяни,
And,
лікарні, садки,
we never
школи
ever
і так
got
далі.
more money before than
Ми
in this situation for a sister city, for Lviv.
ніколи не отримали
One phone call, I've got like medical
фінансування на
equipment for 3
допомогу,
million
як
euros
для
at the state
Львова.
government. Never ever before as mayor, that is
Це
money
були
from the state government.
величезні
But also
кошти,
from
які
the national
надходили
government,
також
we
із
tried to lobby and to
федеральних
lobby to
земель,
ask,
із
and
національного
one of our
уряду.
members of
Ми
parliament, she
намагалися
was at the town
лобіювати
hall
ці
in Lviv as
питання.
well, and the
Одна з
national
членів
government
нашого парламенту
decided like to offer 22 million of euros. So that's different levels, like the local level, the regional level, and federal level. But at the end, I mean, we had like, I don't know, dozens of demonstrations against the Russian invasion. We have an ongoing Ukrainian flag in front of the town hall, obviously at the market square. And so if you are, when you ask me like to become one of the ambassadors for the Unbroken project, like in the very beginning, with a very well-known, famous singer, a Georgian singer, I agreed immediately because I can really feel that deep friendship between our cities, between generations, and we have to work on that so that we continue this solidarity and that we never ever get used to that war. And I'm a bit afraid that people get like bored and used to this war because of media, because of energy crisis, because of inflation, and because of challenges in other parts of Europe. But I mean, 1,400 cases from our German city, Freiburg, our sister city, Lviv. I mean, it's very emotional, touching the funerals, the families, the children. It's very emotional, touching the work you're doing here. So it's a great hand, a great applause, a great Jaku to you as mayor, to your team at the town hall, but also to the team of Unbroken, the many people probably we never see like in front of a camera, but they organizing all the construction work, how you did speed up this huge process. That's just incredible. And we will continue our support. You will never ever lose Freiburg as friend. And Lviv and Freiburg, that fits perfectly, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm ambassador for Unbroken. And chapeau. Thank you very much.
Yes, you know, friendship actually is seen in difficult times. When everything is good, that's easy. But when it's difficult, only the real friends come with help. Here we have the mayor of Uzhgorod, the mayor of the Transcarpathian, one of Transcarpathian cities, where we have very nice air, thermal waters, and I understand that Transcarpathian region should become part of the process of rehabilitation, because lots of Ukrainians already went to your region, and definitely there should be some infrastructure things done. So I would like to hear about your actions, what you have seen here, what you are going to do at your place. Because when you want to see spring coming earlier, you have to go to Uzhhorod, the Transcarpathian region, because spring comes there quicker. Thank you, Andrei, for inviting me here in this great center, at this great event. And first of all, I would like to express our gratitude to our defenders. It's owing to them that we are here in Lviv, in Western Ukraine, and it's owing to their efforts that we can organize this forum. Here we have these young people whom we actually owe our life, and now it's our turn to help them. During the first days of war, we have had lots of IDPs, and even now we have lots of people who had to flee their homes. We have got lots of support from our partner cities and donors. One of our German cities, actually, and we have got lots of support and aid from Germany. That's really nice. And Mr. Mayor, we have seen this rehabilitation center. We have seen the rehabilitation rooms and wards, and I'm really impressed. Everything is great. I was born in Lviv region, but now I'm working in Transcarpathian region. And actually, Lviv region is a driving force for all those processes happening here in Ukraine. And I'm really pleased about it. Transcarpathian region has its own advantages, because actually we are behind the Carpathian Mountains, and the resort opportunities should be definitely used for rehabilitation and for treatment of our soldiers. I'm talking about people who have combat traumas, and even during the first days after surgeries, there should be rehabilitation in such centers as this is, and the next rehabilitation stage should probably be in some resort areas, for example, Svalyava, Kosino, Mizhgirye, where we have all the facilities, and we have adopted a special program, and we are going to fund this program, which will be aimed at high-quality rehabilitation in some resort facilities, sanatoriums, which are really very famous all over Ukraine. Now they should be re-equipped for rehabilitation of our soldiers. Mr. Sadovy, you have shown a good example, and we are going to actually follow your example. We have very good cooperation with the military regional administration, and we are also working in this direction. So thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate all on these Easter holidays. I wish all of us victory and peace, and I invite you to visit Treskopesian region and the city of Uzhgorod, because in a couple of weeks there will be sakura trees in blossom, and we would be happy to see all of you there. Thank you.
Мені цікаво, повернувшись з Кадовська,
I just want to know, you have not been in Skadovsk for 1 year. So when you come back, what will be the first thing you are going to do?
напевно, що зроблю, то не є так важливим.
Probably it's not that important what I'll do.
Відчувати, що повернеться.
What is important is what we are going to feel when we come back. Lviv was a very hospitable region, and what we actually lack is our seaside, sea air. We definitely want to see our relatives and friends. We actually want to meet and see all those people who are there.
Як от зробити ту...
So the question is,
Люди чекають там Україну. Однозначно.
people are
Російська пропаганда.
waiting for Ukraine to win, but for this year there has been Russian propaganda there with totally different messages and ideologies, and definitely there are people who will be indoctrinated by this, and therefore the issues of psychological support, assist to understand what's going on. Probably these issues will be of utmost importance for us. Definitely, infrastructure things will be crucial. That's clear. You cannot neglect it. But the issues of mental health probably will come to the fore.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Згадую свої візити в Охтирку.
I remember visiting Ohtorka,
Не міг зрозуміти одної
and I couldn't understand one thing then. For example,
столітті
during the previous century, at the beginning of the previous century,
будувалося
Lviv region extracted about 2% of global reserves, deposits of oil and gas. And when you see this beautiful architecture of Lviv, that was built because there were businesses here and people got some profits from oil and gas and invested this profit. But if you go to Turka, you see the oil extracting wells. So from the viewpoint of capitalization, this is probably similar to Saudi Arabia today. But if you take a look at the infrastructure and the buildings, unfortunately it's obvious they lack those investments they were supposed to have. And if you support me, probably if I were the mayor of Akhtarka, I would probably start drafting the law of taxes to streamline some taxes from this region into its restoration and rebuilding, in particular into building, rehabilitation and restoration centers. I'm ready to assist with this project, because if you don't do it, it won't be fair. If you have something like this, you will be able to have much better conditions. What is the idea of Lviv? The experience we have will be shared among all the cities of our country. We are going to share our experience with all the cities of the world. And it's unique experience because we have experienced great pains. We face this pain every day. It's difficult to see a mayor who is a doctor and who has to do some surgeries just because that's life. Probably lots of ideas were born during this day, and probably lots of ideas will be born tomorrow. But think about this potential project, because Akhtarka is known to everybody now, and nobody will actually refuse about your requests, because when the war is over, probably the focus will be shifted on something else. Do you accept this idea? Yes, thank you. This idea is really good, and I remember you coming to us, and there was the Swiss humanitarian foundation that provided support to and aid to our hospital. And there were 20 people who took holidays and who brought the aid in trucks. And we go to the suburbs, and the road is very bumpy. And I'm trying to say to the interpreter, well, you know, we are the city where we extract oil. And she says, okay, could he probably not mention it? So, about rehabilitation. This acute period is a short-term period. A person was traumatized. Somebody's limb, a hand, or a leg was amputated. I don't want to use the term limb. And this person will be in need of rehabilitation throughout all his or her life. A person will be smiling during the recovery process, a person will be smiling after this, but rehabilitation should take several times each year. And definitely we need more rehabilitation centers like this. They may be bigger in terms of size or smaller, but they should be there. And your experience is really valuable, and it should be implemented all over Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Tohterka. Actually, Freiburg assisted us to build this bridge between Ukrainian cities and Germany. And it's owing to the mayor of Freiburg that we welcomed here the budget committee of Bundestag. And when you communicate with the high officials from Germany, and you introduce yourself, I'm Andriy Sadovey, I'm the mayor of Lviv, and Freiburg is our twin city. And they are happy. Freiburg, because this is the city filled with love, where there are lots of clever and smart people. Martin, I don't know what you're thinking about now, because it's difficult emotionally. I saw Martin's tears when we were expressing our condolences to one of the families who actually buried their hero, and there were kids crying, and Martin was crying. It was really very emotional. And here we have my friend Taras Pastu, who was the deputy during the previous term, and he was the governor of Kharkiv region. And when the war started, he went to the battlefield, and the car exploded on the mine, and he lost his leg. And you see many cases like this. So what do you think? What kind of emotions do you have?
It's a tough question because there are many different levels of emotions. So first of all, I mentioned it before, I'm really afraid that the Western world gets a bit bored about that war because it's ongoing for more than a year. And this is maybe my task and my duty, that I try communicate as much about our friendship with Lviv, with Ukraine, about the support, also the support within Ukraine, but so that we never ever get used to that war. And this is why also via social media, or we take photos and videos from today to send them to a couple of 10,000 people in Germany. We have a television team with us, so that we try to continue to sensibilize people that status of war, it's no question. We can't lower status of war. Second, I mean, at the end, it's not only about these pictures from far, far away, video conferences. It's about a personal contact. It's about a personal friendship. It's about a personal communication. And I mean, obviously, it's heartbreaking if you see the crying children. I mean, when I was elected, I was one of the youngest mayor in Germany. me as person, I also get older. I'm in duty in charge for 5 years already. We've got children 2, 4, and 6. But if I see the young citizens of your city, they lost their lives. I mean, it's heartbreaking. But also, like, the refugees within the country. I mean, we've got a couple of thousand refugees. To have more than 100,000 refugees. How you handle and how you support each other. At the first refugee camp, we've been to the families from Mariupol. I was at President Steinmeier Palace on the 1 year's sad anniversary of the war. Also with Masha, the singer from the Azov Industrial Park. Also very emotional, touching. So I think we have to support you, that you may support other people. And people, all generations, they lost their leg, their arm, or anything else. I mean, you need the best medical treatment you can anyhow organize. And this is why we are perfect partners, because we have a very strong university, as I said. But I think if I would ask my German delegation, only a couple of them are with me today, I mean, they're all very emotional touched. I mean, sorry, you have daily funerals, you have daily losses, you have heavy injuries, people everywhere around. But we have some of them, some of my delegation, they are the first time in Ukraine. They see a funeral like this the first time. They see the first time around the people like this. So all of them are really emotionally touched as well. So, and I think it's okay and it's important and it's necessary to be emotional. And it's completely okay to be emotionally touched, but you are not allowed to stop at that point. After the emotions, we need action. So we need concrete projects. And this is why we are here for. This is why I try to lobby politicians from all parties and from all levels. And also with the mayor of Warsaw, you remember last week in Brussels, so to bring this driving force together. And also, I mean, come on, you guys have a huge you have a huge potential. If you think about Lviv, your city, I mean, you've got, I don't know, 100,000 students. You're so innovative. Even I think many of your clubs, bars, and restaurants are way cooler than ours. And so that means, you know, your idea of startups, corporations, and so on and so on. So this is how we also want to work together. It's not about brain drain everybody to the West. It's about the people to stay in Ukraine, to work for Ukraine, and to combine those forces. And this is why we need this kind of projects. And then we can really, that's honestly speaking, we can learn from each other. So there are some parts in your city, they are way cooler than parts in our German cities.
Great. Дякую. 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 Дякую.
Thank you.
Знаєте, мер Ужгорода – це є мер.
Well, the mayor of Uzhhorod is the mayor of a big city, and it's not an easy city from the political point of view. Sometimes it's easier to build something from scratch rather than to reshape something that you already have. Well, just aside, I'm really happy that we have very good cooperation with our universities, and here we have Ms. Klimovska representing Ukrainian Catholic University, Mr. Veselovsky representing IT cluster. Here we have our city council deputies, our councillors. Yes, we have them here, Mr. Troats and some other colleagues. Actually, we wouldn't be able to do it if it were not for human support, from support of different communities, the deputies who are emerged in different areas. So how do you plan to work with these rehabilitation dreams? What about your civil community? Do your deputies understand that? Do they want to support you. Yes, we know what we are talking about because there are more than 100 nationalities living in Transcarpathian region and 70 ethnic groups in Uzhhorod. But now we are all united. We are not divided into Transcarpathians or Lvivites or representatives of some other regions. We are all Ukrainians. In our city council, we have 6 political parties, but we work as one team, and we pay lots of attention to this rehabilitation challenge. We won't have any quarrels or any challenges in this respect. I'm not talking to discuss our neighbors, you know what kind of neighbors I'm talking about. We have full understanding between all political factions, and we hope that our foreign partners who take not a very good position towards Ukraine, we hope that this position will be changed to cooperation with the regional military administration, and we are working as one team. Thank you. Dear friends, we can talk about all these issues for a long time because you know the mayors can talk a lot. Here we have the head of our medical committee, Valery Yeremchuk. But dear friends, I would like to thank all our mayors who participated in this panel. I would like to express our gratitude to all of you, because if it were not for you, we wouldn't be able to do what we did. We love you. We respect you. Glory to Ukraine. Never give up. Thank
Пані та панове, готові починати? І started. Україна нарешті стала на шлях побудови системи.
Ukraine has started building transplantation system, and I do hope it. I'm talking about transplantology. I'm sorry, that is professional mistake. We are talking about rehabilitation system, and definitely it will be an efficient one. This is the topic that has been neglected for decades, and now it has become in the focus of our attention. And definitely rehabilitation is about the lives of hundreds and thousands and even millions of people if we are talking about psychological rehabilitation. And it's important that we have here people who are responsible for establishing the system. And yes, here we have the key people in the field of rehabilitation, those in charge of the state possible, those who are in charge of implementation of this policy. And the topic of our next panel discussion, building the efficient system of rehabilitation, experience of practitioners. It will be moderated by Oleg Beryzuk, who is the head of the Direction of Psychological and Psychosocial Rehabilitation of the National Rehabilitation Center, Broken. And this panelist will be introduced by Oleg Beryzuk. So I'll probably take a place here. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm a psychoanalyst, and the slips of the tongue of our hosts actually is subconscious sign that this is a new topic in Ukraine. Physical and mental rehabilitation in Ukraine has not only been neglected, it has been underdeveloped even before the war. And if I'm not mistaken, in Ukraine there were only 2 full-fledged departments of rehabilitation. Correct me if I'm mistaken. One of them was here in Lviv. It was built, if I'm not mistaken, in 2014, 2015, when the war started. And now we definitely need at least several departments like this in each city of Ukraine. So how we are going to do it, how we are going to establish the system which will be efficient and affordable and accessible for our patients. So I would like to invite here our guests, our panelists, the head of the Department of Highly Technological Medical Aid from the Ministry of Healthcare, Mr. Vasil Strilka. Good afternoon. We also invite here Ms. Oksana Dmitrieva, who is the Member of Parliament of Ukraine of this convocation, who is the Vice Head of our Nation Health Committee. We are happy to welcome you here, and the slip of the tongue of our host is not accidental because he is the Member of Parliament who actually was the one who finalized the development of the transplantology system in Ukraine. So the first bricks were laid down 20 years ago, but there was nobody to build up. And it was Oksana Dmitrieva and Vasil Strilka were the ones who did it. And today we also put or laid down the first rehabilitation bricks. It is also my pleasure to have here Mr. Thomas Steig, who is the president of the Rehabilitation Department, Direct Relief. This is the humanitarian organization. Thank you for joining us today. Also here is Irina Zaslavets. She is with us all the day long, and she is the head of the project and a well-known journalist in Ukraine, And this is a person who knows what we are talking about. Also, online with us, our guests. We have a special guest from Great Britain who started assisting us from the very first days of war. This is the Major General and the Chief Surgeon of the Royal Medical Defence Service of Great Britain, Mr. Tim Hodges. Пане генерале, дуже раді вас тут вітати. We also have here online Ms. Christina Rakotsi, who is the representative of James Haley Hospital, Rehabilitation Hospital in Tampa, Florida. How are you, Christina? I'm fine, thank you. And we hope that there will be more participants. In case they appear online, we'll announce it. And also we have online Mr. Israel Dutkevich, who is the professor at rehabilitation medicine, who is the head of rehabilitation department of Sheba Hospital. Mr. Dutkevich, how are you?
Yes. Hello, how are you doing? Hi, how are you?
Так, я з вами, все добре.
Всі тут.
So, everybody's here, therefore we are going to start. And Irina Zaslavets has already said that this topic has been neglected and didn't get attention and had a number of problems at different layers, starting with infrastructure level up to the documentation level. In Ukraine, we always had a problem regarding the legislation that would properly describe the rehabilitation process. Ms. Dmitrieva, you have got the law on rehabilitation, and actually I'm your previous colleague, so it was the law about the past. There were certain good things, but still it was the outdated law that was adopted and prepared before the war. So what are 3 points, 3 messages that should be changed in the law for the rehabilitation in Ukraine to be functioning one? So we actually wanted to be as well-functioning as the transplantology. And actually, we wanted to be as successful as, for example, the primary medicine, the first layer of medicine. I know this is not an easy task. Yes, we have had these situations. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I see how this rehabilitation system is developing after the law was adopted. I'm one of the authors of this law, and I'm also a great friend of the first medical unit of Lviv, where we have rehabilitation and transplantations. You were right stating that the first rehabilitation law was outdated, and it was very difficult to convince my colleagues that it should have been amended. Throughout the year, we have had meetings of the task force, and people were just saying, let's leave it the way it is. There were 700 amendments to that law. So what we have added interdisciplinary teams. We have added the point that there should be an individual rehabilitation plan for the patient. It is functioning. We have said that rehabilitation should start not when a person is given the disability group, but from the very first day, from the acute period. So immediately after the surgery, rehabilitation starts. And now we observe that even some patients do not get disability group, or for example from the first disability group people went to the second or to the third one. So the situation really was improving. The law was adopted. Was it difficult for us? Yes, it's always difficult to do something when you are the first. But when you see the centers like this, you understand what you were working for. 700 amendments, working with the doctors and the colleagues and the patients. Everybody was supportive, and it's very nice when your work brings results. I have made some video. These rooms for special rehabilitation for occupational therapists. This is really impressive. So all these things assist people, and they're really worth the efforts. So it looks like we are writing these laws and everything is fine, but actually these laws generate certain results. So Lviv is actually the leader, for example, in terms of transplantology. Now you have this outstanding rehabilitation center. I hope that our country will have many centers like this. And I'm really happy that for this year, Lviv has become home for lots of Ukrainians, both civilians and military personnel. Lots of people are now in Lviv, and I'm really happy that we have this center. I'm really happy that we have such doctors, that we are making progress. And I would like to express our gratitude to our international partners for assisting us in these difficult times. And it will be difficult for us, actually, to do something without your support. It's great that we can develop rehabilitation system here in Ukraine, that we can have our patients here. They can be treated here. We would like to organize everything for Ukrainians here in Ukraine, and we want to do it, and we can do it. Thank you, thank you to all those people who contributed to this project. Thank you, Ms. Dmitrieva. And you have mentioned that rehabilitation is not only about rehabilitologists. This is really the efforts of an interdisciplinary team. I have not read the new law as yet. I have not read because I have PTSD about reading the laws, reading the legislation. And those people who laugh now understand what I'm talking about. That's because you have not read our law. But have you described the mechanism of cooperation between the members of this interdisciplinary team? Because, well, you have in one team a reconstructive surgeon, a rehabilitation specialist, an occupational therapist, a prosthetic expert, a psychologist, and probably even not one representatives of the field. This is not an easy task. Funding and resources usually guarantee success. I think this probably will be the matter of discussion with Mr. Vasil Strilka. But does the law mention the mechanism of functioning of this interdisciplinary team if we are talking about co-founding? We have written what are the members of this team. We have written you understand that probably we won't have enough doctors, for example. There should be an occupational therapist, there should be a speech therapist, but probably we would lack some doctors like this. So everything is written in the law. So what you are talking about actually is the matter of the public health service and the contracts with them. Talking about the courses of psychological support, it seems to me now the training periods are shorter. It is both positive and negative, but again, lots of efforts are done to have such teams and to have all the members of such teams. Yes, we'll see how it's going to work. I have said already that it's very difficult to be the first. Well, we are not the first, but we have to be the second, let's say. Thank you, Ms. Dmitrieva. We understand that you have to go now, but I have had a tour around the center. We are happy to see you because you always come here and bring something good, and we also give you something good to give back. And I'm always ready for cooperation. Thank you. Thank you for invitation.
Справді, створити закон – це важка праця.
It's difficult to
Але добрий закон.
write a law.
Важка праця.
I'm talking about a good law. And the law has been written under difficult conditions. But what is more difficult is to make this law a good one, to create some bylaws and guidelines, instructions and explanations that will probably correct some gaps or mistakes in the law because, well, these are people who write the laws. And we are happy here to have here Mr. Vasil Strelka, who is the head of the Department of New Technologies. He's a very modest person, but he has great analytical skills, and he's really a workaholic. He's working 12 or 14 hours a day, giving attention to the smallest detail in a bylaw or in a guideline or in the order. Okay, you may probably give your question already. That's important what I'm saying because we are going to ask about some details.
Яким чином
So the question is, we have the law, we have the strategic vision of the Ministry of Healthcare that is actually in charge of it, and the ministry becomes a leader of the efficient rehabilitation system. So what we should do for Ukraine, for every hospital, clinical hospital of Ukraine, a multi-profile hospital of Ukraine, to have such rehabilitation departments. This is the key point why we need the law and how it made our life easier, because the bylaws were passed even before this. For example, the job of an occupational therapist was introduced into the list of professions of Ukraine in 2016. And actually, the law enabled us to stop certain discussions that everything works pretty well. There is the Russian model of the Soviet model of rehabilitation, and this is the best in the world, and everything works fine. But we have had lots of people who said everything is fine, everything is functioning well. Now the law has been passed. Here is the interdisciplinary team and the members of this team, and now we do not have any discussions about it, whether it's necessary to have it like that or not. Now the role of the ministry. So we are talking about financial tools for the head of a healthcare facility to be able to employ a physiotherapist or an occupational therapist. He should be interested not only in helping the patients, but he should be confident that it won't bring financial losses to the hospital. So, for example, we have the data about our capacities. I'm talking about the number of hospital beds. This is 3,200 beds that had enough specialists. Now we have actually twice more, approximately 8,000 hospital beds. And we have all the experts in our electronic system. We have all the experts who are part of the rehabilitation system. Not everybody works the way we want them to work, but they are already part of the system. And definitely these people will be trained in case it's necessary. So how did it happen? Because the rehabilitation rates were increased and the inpatient inpatient care and outpatient care was separated. And that means that, for example, physiotherapists, the heads of such centers, employ physiotherapists because they have to ensure that the rehabilitation should be intensive. It should be at least 3 hours a day for one patient. And now we see that we have actually a double increase in the inpatient doctors and experts. Well, this is really good. This is a logical step. But really, I would like to ask you for details. A physio rehabilitatologist is not the only member of the interdisciplinary team. So I'm talking about the mental health. A mental health doctor will be interested in providing his services in the same way, for example, as the prosthesis worker. We have the order of the Cabinet of Ministers that says that a prosthetic expert should be part of the interdisciplinary team. Did we manage to achieve it? Not yet, but we already have certain institutions that invite the prosthetic experts at the stage of amputation, reamputation, and rehabilitation. And we have our goal, and we know how we are going to achieve it, to have the prosthetic experts in all the institutions. First of all, it's necessary for the rehabilitation team to prescribe the prosthesis. Then this team should actually accept the results of the prosthetic work. So the moment we are going to introduce this regulation, we shall have these experts in all the institutions. When we are talking about mental health, we have the so-called complex rehabilitation package, when the state pays more money if rehabilitation is going in two or more directions. And one of these directions can be psychological support or psychotherapeutic support. And in this case, psychotherapist or psychologist will be employed. So we have the rate. So, for example, we have the rehabilitation package. There are two rates. There's almost 34,000 and about 20,000. So 34,000 are paid if the institution provides rehabilitation in two areas, at least in two areas, physical, for example, and mental health rehabilitation. So this money will be spent on physiotherapists and on mental health expert. For example, if the patient requires exclusively one area of rehabilitation, the institution will be paid about 20,000 hryvnias. I have never met any patient who had any war-related trauma, be it psychological or physical, or a trauma resulted from being in captivity, or a trauma from torturing. So all these people require psychological accompaniment and psychological support. And that means that actually all the packages should include these services. For example, it means that probably the heads of these institutions will have to choose whether they should invite an occupational therapist or a psychotherapist. Now, rehabilitation is about an interdisciplinary team, and they establish the goals of rehabilitation, and they will be doing it together with the patient on the basis of the patient needs. So in case the patient will have some issues about mental health, definitely in this case, the mental health expert will be a member of such interdisciplinary team and will set the goals together with the team and plan achievement of these goals. So this is the way it's going to work. And both a physiotherapist, occupational therapist, a prosthetic expert, and psychologist will be working together. But and the money will go to the institution. So far, it will be working. It will be working like that. Well, I'm trying to hyperbolize a bit. Just opening rehabilitation department in every healthcare institution requires certain infrastructure. Rehabilitation is quite expensive. If we are talking about neuro rehabilitation, which is more or less developed in Ukraine, to put it mildly, what is the source of money for infrastructure renovations or for building rehabilitation departments in Ukrainian hospitals? So what is the vision of the ministry? What could be the source of funding? The ministry thinks that a good manager of a healthcare institution can work well under available funding. Yes, we do face some problematic issues regarding the management of healthcare institutions. It's probably one of our vulnerabilities, I would say. By coming here, you see that the management here is good and the hospital is developing. But then you go to another city, a big city, and you understand that the hospital is not in the same condition. So a lot depends on the local authorities and on the heads of the healthcare institutions. For example, we have hospital number 4 in Dnipro, and they have a very good team and they have very good management, and they managed to organize very well functioning departments. And it is exclusively budget funding. So nobody says that you need, for example, some extremely expensive equipment. What you need is a special table, a special balls, some special sport equipment, and good doctors. In this case, you still manage to achieve good results. So what you start with staffing your interdisciplinary teams. We have very basic requirements regarding the equipment. It is not very expensive. And now we have international technical assistance from our international partners. So we are definitely going to help to assist the institutions, but we are going to assist those which are already on some good level. If there is nothing in some institutions, we are not going to provide you with absolutely everything. So if, for example, you do not have the contract on rehabilitation, we won't be able to assist you. Well, that's tough, but that's fair. We should support the strongest, but we should help the weakest. And when you support the strongest, you get the result that will inspire the others. Thank you very much.
And now I would like us to go to the UK. And again, let us welcome Major General Tim Hodges. Отже, шановний пане генерал-майоре, я хотів би вам подякувати.
But I would like to take я буду говорити українською краще, бо більше мають навушників, не мають. Я хочу подякувати вам, пане генерале, за те, що ви не тільки тут. Я хочу вам подякувати, що
For being with us, but for supporting us on the first days of the war. You used to be the first general, in particular from the UK, who came to support us civilian doctors. You took a very brave and unexpected step. Our team didn't know what was happening. We didn't know what the trauma of war is. And you just placed us on a military plane in Rzeszów. You took us to the UK. You closed us in the room of the rehabilitation center of the UK Army for about a week. And you personally kept training us, delivering lectures to us and explaining things to us. Now I'm telling this with being overwhelmed with emotions, because that was a shoulder of support that was really very helpful for us. And we could tell that you are the godfather of our clinic, our rehabilitation clinic. for the victims of war. So thank you. Let's applaud. So, Mr. General, back in Britain, we had a discussion with you concerning a very important level of cooperation between military servicemen and civilians. In Ukraine, this cooperation is particularly important because we need a lot of resources to treat both civilians and servicemen who were affected by the war. And almost every civilian hospital is becoming a hospital for military men. But at the same time, war medicine and military medicine differ from civilian one. Britain has got this experience, so I would ask you to share your experience of cooperation between civilians and military men in order to help people get rehabilitated under such conditions.
Well, Ali, thank you very much for those very kind words. And I think that you can see my slides and hopefully you can hear me clearly. So, Ministers, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to be the panelists today and be part of the discussion to shape the system of rehabilitation from
Ви, власне, формуєте
And as Oli said, our initial contact in the United Kingdom with colleagues from the First Medical Union Hospital and the Unbroken Project was over a year ago now, when they came to visit us at the Defence Medical Rehabilitation Centre. And we have in parallel a clear understanding
Ми чітко зрозуміли для себе, які є потреби, які очікують.
Through discussions and meetings with General Sishenko. I'm not sure if General Tatiana is in the room, but if she is, I extend my good wishes to her too. There are actually 3 points I would like to make to stimulate some discussion today. And firstly, to highlight the strategic importance of rehabilitation. And then secondly, to identify the benefit of establishing an integrated national system for rehabilitation. And thirdly, to stress the need for collaboration and not competition between those providing international assistance. And let me deal with each of those in turn. There are 2 strategic imperatives I think we would all recognise for effective rehabilitation while the war is still being fought. One relates to sustaining the will of your soldiers to fight, which is referred to as the moral component of fighting power, while the other relates to the ability to rapidly return soldiers to the fight, which is referred to as the physical component of fighting power. And if we look at history, Napoleon recognized the relative importance of these 2 factors when he said that in war, moral power is to physical as 3 parts out of 4. What we do know is that the will of soldiers to fight is positively influenced by the knowledge you will be cared for if you are injured. In the last 20 years, the international military medical experience has proven good functional outcomes from disabling and disfiguring injuries in combat. So mirroring such outcomes within Ukraine is an important and absolutely realistic aiming point. And if we use science and technology, we can even improve on those outcomes beyond just being an aspiration. But I think there's an even more pressing strategic imperative for effective rehabilitation during war. It's the ability to treat and recover those with minor injuries and illness so they can be rapidly returned to the fight. And as the rehabilitation system develops, there must be acceptance. I think we've heard that already from one of the speakers. There must be acceptance of the value of high volume, short duration, less technology dependent rehabilitation for common musculoskeletal injuries, aside from the complex needs of the seriously injured. And this, I think, underpins the design of a rehabilitation system that has 2 fundamental components: the centralised, specialist, multidisciplinary services for complex injuries, and the distributed, simpler services for those who can be quickly recovered. My second point is the benefit of establishing an integrated national system for rehabilitation within your country. The experience in Ukraine is not the same as other European or North American countries who have fought small wars overseas in the last 20 years, not large-scale conflict on their own soil. In those other countries, the rehabilitation system has been principally developed for the military, by the military, who have become the guardians of the experience in dealing with blast and ballistic injury. That for Ukraine, there is a whole of population requirement. The injuries sustained by civilians are the same as those sustained by the military. So the needs for treatment and rehabilitation are therefore very largely the same. And this offers an important opportunity for convergence of clinical standards that support comparable outcomes in both the civilian and military components of your healthcare system. And while each component remains independent, there will inevitably be handoff from the military to the civilian system for those where it's clear they cannot be returned to active duty. And that point of handoff within the care pathway is really important. If it's too early, it could remove definitive and reconstructive surgery from the military capability set. But if it's too late, it would demand high resource and capacity within the military system to manage long-term complex patient needs. So the sweet spot is therefore somewhere in between, where both military capability and capacity can be sustained. And given there's a handoff for long-term care, there's a clear rationale for commonality of rehabilitation guidelines, standards, and equipment such as prosthetic support. The most radical form of system integration is a unification of rehabilitation resources. While I don't propose this as the only or even the preferred solution, it is worth discussing the freedoms and constraints that such a model brings. If a single building can accept both civilian and military patients on different wards, if that was to be desired, then expensive common rehabilitation infrastructure could be shared. The hydrotherapy pool, the gait laboratory, the gymnasia, but perhaps more importantly, access to limited medical specialties can be shared. So the rehabilitation physician, the reconstructive surgeon, the prosthetist, the psychiatrist who specialises in complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I think I can confidently predict that the hardest part of building and sustaining the rehabilitation network across the country will be developing the people who will provide the service. And I've heard already today that you are building that human capability. So this links to my third and final point, which is the need for collaboration, not competition, between those providing international assistance. The ultimate goal, as I've suggested, must be common care standards and comparable care outcomes, whoever you are, whether a military or civilian patient. And this demands collaboration within an internal integrated national system and collaboration between the international civilian and military medical experts who are being sought for advice. I would say there are actually few genuine experts in any European or North American country in rehabilitation from combat trauma. And I'd be confident in asserting they have all been contacted by both civilian and military colleagues in Ukraine. So how we coordinate and cohere that international advisory response to provide the best collective outcomes across the country, I would say, is a key success factor. So I have a summary point, a takeaway message that binds the three issues I've discussed together. And that is the benefit there will be from an overarching cross-governmental department strategy for rehabilitation in the country. A central authority that sets the clinical practice standards and guidelines, whether in civilian or military settings, that defines the necessary professional training, and that monitors outcomes, sharing any emerging best practices and lessons across the network. As we've categorically demonstrated in the conflict since the start of this century, the reason we've got better and better was because of our data. In the world of improving clinical outcomes, data is king. But you must also have the will and the mechanisms to act on the data to drive change. So ministers, colleagues, if I was starting with a blank sheet of paper, I would start with such a strategy. And it may be that strategy is already written. And speakers have already mentioned how the law needed to be and has been changed. But if that strategy is not written and you desire one, then I'm very happy to offer support to help create it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I have one question. Я маю одне запитання, але перед тим хочу декілька слів сказати, що
I've got one question, but before that, let me tell a couple of words. Our British colleagues did not just take us to the UK, they also sent medical nurses and doctors to Ukraine, and as well as rehabilitologists who worked with our patients and showed the style of working with patients, the style in which the servicemen and military doctors work with patients who have war traumas. And we are really grateful to you for this experience. We are still recalling those people who used to work with us, who trained us some modern technologies of fighting awful problems like antibiotic resistance. And boys and girls from the UK really worked a lot with us. Do you see any opportunity, Mr. General, for going on with such exchange courses, knowledge exchange courses, or let me call it in a different way? Actually, everyone can go to the UK, but not everyone can come from the UK and work in our clinic. So do you see any opportunity for arranging such paratrooper landings in Ukraine in order to expand this program for these groups, for these teams, to include not just military doctors, but civilian doctors as well, for them to work here in Ukraine again with the teams of civilian military doctors of Ukraine, because probably they would help these medical and military doctors of Ukraine merge together and work together, because they work in parallel and it's very difficult to really unite their effort. So probably there will be no competition then, pseudo competition, but there will be joint collaboration for the sake of a better result. And the result will be improvement of the quality of services and advanced professionalism, of course.
So, Oli, thank you very much.
Так, дуже дякую за запитання.
It does depend on the permissiveness of the environment, and certainly if the war comes to a speedy close, which we would all wish for, then the ability to send more people to Ukraine certainly becomes much more possible. In the meantime, of course, we've got to continue the dialogue to share best practices and provide that remote support in parallel. But I absolutely understand that the desire within Ukraine is to be able to treat your patients in country, which means mentorship and support alongside the patients you are treating. So without making a specific commitment, Ole, I would say that the intent would absolutely be to try and find how UK clinicians and other international clinicians can support their colleagues in Ukraine as you start to develop further your rehabilitation service.
Дуже вам дякуємо. Дякуємо вас за ваш час. Ми чекаємо вас у Львові, пане генерале, і чекаємо, що ваша співпраця принесе користь нам, а ми принесемо користь вам своїм досвідом. Дякуємо, до зустрічі і вітання всій вашій команді, яка працювала разом з нами і далі працює з українськими лікарями, медсестрами і іншими спеціалістами.
And all of us. See you. Goodbye. Now, let's address a person who is not a serviceman, but who is a person of importance. This is the development director of the first territorial medical union of Lviv, Irina Zaslavets, who is a well-known reporter. And all of a sudden, during the war, Irina has changed her profile. She has left journalism, where she was a success, and she decided to work in a clinic and to become the development director for this clinic. And it is on your shoulders that all this work related to one of the most serious branches as rehabilitation lies. I remember at the beginning you were collecting the census for bioprosthesis in Lviv, in Ukraine. You were really getting the components for them because we had the intention, but we didn't have the resources back then. So you did this on your own. So you have come from a different field. What is the rehabilitation for you, and how would you create such rehabilitation units or centers that we have here? Would you like to have them in every city? Well, you have said a lot of nice words, and you have multiplied my contribution, but you know what my profession is, right? So I would like to say that when we speak about why I came to Lviv and how I did this, that was because I saw that this is a magnetic place that attracts people who are willing to work more than they can. In the ministries, and Vasil will confirm this, there is a slogan that within some limits and in a certain way. I mean, that you have some job description which you have to follow, but this hospital for me is the place where there are no limitations as far as the methods, the ways of your full self-fulfillment are concerned. And these ideas here are generated very quickly, and the donors cannot understand how this could be happening so quickly. When there was the idea to have this bionic prosthesis, we were really looking for different components of it. We brought it from Dnipro, from Lviv, from Germany, because we were very much willing to start to launch this. And we understand that the moment we launch this, it will start working. But we wouldn't be able to start without A, our willingness, B, without the people who would be able to somehow bring this to life. So it's really important to have this synergy of the people who see this mission and the vision of this whole story, and the people who can actually unite in their team, the like-minded people. We're happy to find Nazar, who is one of the best prosthetic experts, and our executive director was looking for him personally for different clinics, just trying to persuade him to join us. Yes, and Mariana really took pains to steal him in a way from one of the clinics. Yes, I remember the story, and he came in a biker's helmet, and I told him that, okay, are you running a risk, putting your life at risk while going by a bike? So finally we found one prosthetic expert, then we found Oksana with Vasil's help, and then we also found some opportunities with Maltesian service, and the Ministry of Health of Germany helped us with this. It worked, but it was thanks to the willingness, to the intention. And it's really important for all of us to have this fire, because when there is fire, all the other things will come.
And local authorities are important because if the city authorities don't want you to do something, it will be much more difficult for you to still do something. Well, the authorities sometimes don't know that they want to do something, so communication is really important. Yes, and I'm actually a reporter, and there could be no development without communication. And when the authorities understand that there is some clinic or hospital that can be developing, and that there are a lot of things that can really be voiced in the region, in the cities throughout Ukraine, when the authorities understand how good it will be to arrange this assistance, to assist this cooperation. And then international partners join us, because when you see that you're absolutely sincere, and when you see the progress, and when 3 weeks ago we're told that it's not possible to have these repairs done, and then they come and see that it's possible, so it all works together. It's all about the synergy, and I do truly believe in the capacity of Ukrainian doctors, Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian hospital should trust in its own power and strengths. Yeah, but you should need such a good development director who can at the same time be writing essays and developing instructions and cleaning the rooms and washing something on the floor. And this is all about Irina Zaslavets. So thanks a lot. So I've just been sent a message that unfortunately Tatiana Ostashchenko had to leave for one of the meetings with the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, but she has not forgotten about us. And we have Yuri Podolyan, who is the Colonel of the Medical Service of the Armed Forces of Ukraine and or a doctor of Ukraine. So Yuri, are you here? So what does our technical support service say? Yes, welcome to all the participants. I'm here with you, and I'm sending you our best wishes from the commander. She's on her business trip. That's why she delegated me. Thank you, Mr. Colonel, for your time. I don't know whether you could hear your colleague, Major General of the UK, the Chief Physician of the Army of the UK. Did you hear his speech? Only partially, sorry for that. Okay, so we discussed with him the importance of rehabilitation for the armed forces. And in this respect of importance is rehabilitation that presupposes as quick recovery of the military men and as quick return to the army as possible. Does the Ministry of Defense have any plan as for now to create, in cooperation with medical institutions, military hospitals, your medical institutions, some synergy with civilian hospitals for civilians? I know that General Osnarchenko came to this hospital and she worked with us for many hours on this cooperation. So do you have the plan for recovery and rehabilitation of servicemen? Yes, of course, we do have this plan. We are working on it, and under it, and you know that a lot of our medical institutions that used to work as sanatoria were transformed into medical hospitals, and they are providing assistance to wounded, injured soldiers. Besides that, we do have rehabilitation units in our medical institutions. They deal with rehabilitation, and the commander and the armed forces and the Ministry of Defense have the plan to expand the range of institutions that will be dealing with rehabilitation. And of course, we will be able to succeed with this only in cooperation with hospitals for civilians. We realize this. Thank you. Today, while having a of course, we have a forum today, but we also have to do clinical examination daily routine work. So we had some patients from Bakhmut who came with evacuation trains, and we had a talk with a heavily wounded woman. Her upper limb and lower limb have been wounded. And you know, there is no civilian medicine close to Bakhmut now, and the woman, the civilian, was saved by your services, the services of the army, doctors of the army. It was thanks to your services that she is alive today, and she will undergo rehabilitation. Everything will be fine with her. But on the other hand, there are just the opposite cases when in hospitals for civilians, doctors provide medical aid to servicemen. And these servicemen are already back in the army. And of course, they have problems with the limbs, and they are allowed not to go back to the army, but they did. So it's important about this cooperation. You are saving lives, and we are quickly giving you back the people who are motivated to go to the army. What could actually accelerate this cooperation between civilians and the military? You've been right in saying that it was at the beginning of the full-scale invasion that we started treating all people within the unified space, civilian doctors and medical doctors, and there have been a number of cases when close to the demarcation line, to the hostility line, hospitals for civilians were deserted or were damaged, and it was military doctors who had to work in those premises close to them. And there have been just the opposite cases when there have been also cases when civilians and medical doctors worked together. And of course, we have the increasing number of doctors within the within the military field, because we are trying to rebuff quite a large army of our enemy. And of course, the units that we had would not have coped with the large number of the enemies were it not for civilian doctors. So our success lies in our joint cooperation, that's for sure. And what about the suggestion? Suggestion for such intensification is joint training. For example, today in our clinic we have experts from Austria and Australia, and they provide trainings to us. They train us and teach us how to work with traumas, like microsurgery of the muscles, of vessels, and the so-called free flaps that allow to restore parts of the body. These are also implants. Prosthetic devices are produced by our colleague from Australia. We have to offer something, and the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs have to have such joint trainings where we would have a team of military servicemen and civilians as well, because high attack should, in spite of high level of routine, be quick in terms of its implementation in hospitals. And cooperation with servicemen could treat civilian doctors to do something they have never been dealing with as well. So when we had a talk with General Ostashenko in the hospital, she supported creation of the joint training platform for military and civilian surgeons in particular. What do you think of this? Of course, we were always willing to have trainings, be it joint training or non-joint trainings. If they are joint, that would be great. We are about to implement a project related to joint training for civilians and the military, and we have been discussing this with Mikhailo Radutsky, the head of one of the committees of the Verkhovna Rada. And, well, I cannot yet voice the data about their specific clinics or educational institutions where we will have these trainings delivered, but we already know the trainers from abroad who will be delivering those trainings. Thank you for this initiative. So we can see that this is a parallel initiative. And we would offer you another project, which is a short, or probably small project, but this is the training in high-tech surgical operations. So that would be great. I'm ready to join. Please convey this information to General Ostashchenko on our behalf and pass our most sincere greetings and gratitude for your regular support and for your regular cooperation with us. Well, you are a military man. You're always quick to react. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation and my greeting. Let me pass the greetings from General Oneshchenko.
Dear colleagues, I would like to find our next guest. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Christina Rakoti from Florida, who is representing the James Haley Veterans Hospital in Tampa. Yes, I'm here and I would like to share my slides. Do you see my slides? We are happy to see you. We are happy to welcome you here. Thank you, and I'm glad to communicate with you again. I would like to say that we have had a chance to go to your hospital to see how your colleagues work. And this is an important hospital for us because it's not only a veterans hospital, but this is the hospital that works a lot with neurotrauma. Neurotrauma is one of the most common traumas of war, and honestly, neurotrauma, if it goes about Ukraine, still requires lots of training. We are talking about severe brain injury and also the so-called mild brain injury, the commotion trauma or the concussion, as it is called in America. So I want you, as an expert working with neurotrauma, in particular concussion trauma, to address this topic. Thank you. First of all, Dr. Stephen Scott, who is the head of our center, was invited to present this speech, but actually he asked me to represent him and to talk about our healthcare system at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm an American in the first generation, but I'm of Ukrainian origin, and I work in the optometry area at the rehabilitation center here in Tampa, in Florida. Thank you very much for inviting us, and we are ready for further cooperation. I know that we were visited by a team from Unbroken Center, as well as representatives of the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Veterans Affairs. We were really impressed with that visit, and we are ready to cooperate with you in future. I would like to tell you about our healthcare system, but I'm going to use the English language. It's a bit easier for me. And this is our example for you.
System of care, traumatic brain injury, was established in the 2008, and this happened because of a need for our own soldiers during the wars in the Middle East. Many of our soldiers were returning to the United States with polytraumatic injury. The biggest injury was brain injury, and so 4 brain injury centers in the veteran system of care were transformed into polytrauma centers. These centers are an integrated network of specialized rehabilitation programs that are dedicated to serving veterans and active duty service members with both combat and civilian related traumatic brain injury. The main goal is to treat visible and invisible injuries of war in a holistic manner. Чи я трохи заскоро говорю?
Дуже добре, все файно.
Дуже добре, дякую. The services that we render are interdisciplinary evaluation and treatment, development of comprehensive plan of care, case management, patient and family education, psychosocial support, and also application of advanced rehabilitation treatments and prosthetic strategies. This is a hub and spoke system. This is an organization chart. At the very top is the Polytrauma Rehabilitation Center, which is at a level 1. This is the highest level, and I'm going to go through each and every single one of these levels slide by slide. The Polytrauma Rehabilitation Center then is supported by several polytrauma network sites, and they in turn are supported by several polytrauma support clinics and, of course, polytrauma points of contact. This is how this is a map of the United States, and it shows where all of the polytrauma centers are located. The large centers in blue are the 5 level 1 polytrauma rehabilitation centers, and then the centers in yellow are the polytrauma network sites, and I will explain how this system works. So, a level 1 polytrauma rehabilitation center, there are only 5 in the United States: Minneapolis, Minnesota, Palo Alto, California, Richmond, Virginia, San Antonio, and where I am, which is Tampa, Florida. These are high-level regional referral centers for acute medical and rehabilitative care. We provide a continuum of all rehabilitation sources. We have specialized programs such as the Emerging Consciousness Program, comprehensive and acute rehabilitation care for complex and severe polytraumatic injury. We have outpatient programs, assistive technology programs, and we have residential transitional rehabilitation programs, which are basically a bridge from acute care to community and family life. We also host something called the Post-Deployment Rehabilitation Program, and this is 90% for active duty special operations forces, and I'll be able to tell you more about that later. The Level 1 Rehabilitation Center, the PRC, provides acute comprehensive inpatient rehabilitation. They maintain a full team of dedicated rehabilitation specialists. We'll go over all of those in the next screen. And we actually serve as the consultants to all of the other facilities in the polytrauma system of care. The most important thing that a rehabilitation center can have is a full interdisciplinary team. And this is a team that talks to each other. We have weekly meetings, and we all discuss all of our patients together in a holistic manner. There are physiatrists, various case managers such as social work and nursing, occupational therapists, physical therapists, recreational therapists, rehabilitation nurses, rehabilitation psychologists, speech and language pathologists, neuropsychologists, vocational counselors, blind rehab specialists, certified prosthetics and orthotics, a chaplain, and now we also have traumatic brain injury optometry as part of the interdisciplinary team. We also have other consultative services such as neuropathology, nutrition, neurology, and psychiatry. So I'm going to talk now about Tampa. Our physical medicine and rehabilitation polytrauma inpatient programs include an acute floor. This is the polytrauma brain injury patient program. We have 18 beds. There is a chronic pain rehabilitation program, 12 beds, a polytrauma transitional rehabilitation program, 10 beds, comprehensive interdisciplinary inpatient rehab program, 13 beds, post-deployment rehabilitation evaluation program, 18 beds. This is the program that I was telling you that is more geared towards special operations forces, where we rehabilitate them to return to duty. That is our mission, is to return them to duty better than they were when they started in the military. The next level is a polytrauma network site. This is a level 2. There are 23 centers in all. Each one is affiliated with a specific level 1 polytrauma rehabilitation center, and this is actually a step down from the level 1. The services here are not as developed as they would be at a level 1 center. They do provide post-acute rehabilitation for veterans and active duty service members with polytrauma and traumatic brain injury who actually reside in their geographical area. They offer inpatient rehabilitation, comprehensive outpatient traumatic brain injury evaluation, full range of outpatient therapy, evaluation for medical equipment and assistive technology, access to other consultative specialties, and also they provide follow-up care and case management, which is very important for ongoing rehabilitation needs. Their interdisciplinary team is very much the same as the one in the Polytrauma Rehabilitation Center. It will vary a little because not each Polytrauma Network site needs each and every single member of the team. So that team is catered more towards the needs of that specific geographic area. The next level down, which is a level 3, a polytrauma support clinic team, there are 87 of these teams, and each one of these is associated with a level 2. They provide interdisciplinary outpatient rehabilitation in their geographic area, and this is also for veterans and service members who have mild or stable impairment of polytrauma or traumatic brain injury. They provide comprehensive TBI evaluation, therapy services, and management of stable rehabilitation plans that are referred to from either a level 1 PRC or from a level 2 PNS. We also coordinate access to VA and non-VA services, and they also have case management for ongoing rehabilitative care. The interdisciplinary team at a level 3, again, is going to be far less than what you would get at a level 1. And these teams may include physiatrists, social work case managers, nurse case managers, physical therapists, occupational therapists, nursing, speech and language pathologists, and psychology for rehabilitation, and consultative services as needed for that particular area. The fourth level are basically just points of contact. Every single VA facility, and there are 1,298 VA facilities throughout the United States, every single one of these facilities has a point of contact for polytrauma and traumatic brain injury. Of the 1,298 facilities, 171 are actually VA medical centers. The rest, 1,113, are clinics, and they serve 9 million veterans in the United States. These points of contacts ensure that patients with polytrauma and TBI are referred to the appropriate facility and or program for the level of rehabilitative care that is required. They do have a very limited range of rehabilitation services. Так що я тепер перейду на українську мову.
Але прошу, пані Христино, якщо...
Відрізнятися. So I will switch to English, but only 3 minutes. No more. Okay, and I can speak for 3 more minutes. So let me also tell you that here in the US, I've been talking to the veterans and to the ministries about Ukraine, about my visit to Ukraine, about your visit to our place. And, you know, I wanted to explain Americans what Ukraine is about, to compare its size. You know, Ukraine is about the size of the state of Texas. And I just wanted to show you what kind of hospitals for veterans we have in Texas, for you to have the general picture. So the population of Texas is about 32 million. In Ukraine, it is 37 million. Texas has 2.2 million veterans. The situation in Ukraine is a little bit different, as you know, because war is in your territory, and you've got not only military injuries, but injuries of civilians. So you need to build a system that will be wider to include everyone into the system and to solve the problems of everyone. In Texas, have only one first-level center, which is PRC. They have 3 level 2 PNS centers marked by yellow, and they've got only one thread level center, PSCT, but that's because in the nearby states they have more level 3 centers, and they can really be helpful for veterans from Texas. And as far as level 4 is concerned, there are only 4 those contact points of contact. So you can take this as an example when you develop your system of rehabilitation centers. I can tell you that our center in Tamp is ready to further cooperate, and let me tell about my personal remarks. I have seen that Ukraine doesn't have optometricians, and multisensory disorders are widespread. Multisensory, it's about language, speech, hearing, eyesight. So here in the US, we have got this multisensory team, and we cooperate all together. We deal with speech, vision, hearing, and movement coordination. And we are ready to have a team from you to be trained with our equipment, with our devices here. We would be willing to help you with the training, and we would like to help you get the training and the equipment that you need. And then this team will go back to Ukraine, and then we could come once again to reaffirm this knowledge already on the example of your patients. So I hope that this is possible, but of course we need to cooperate with our State Department and with our Department on Veterans. But we are ready for this, and we will try to help you with this. Christina, we are really grateful to you for this offer, but let me also tell you that after our visit to your clinic and after the talk that we had with you, here in our clinic we also created a group of people, psychologists, who also cooperate with our ophthalmologists and neurologists. And now, over the recent 3 weeks, we have already been making neuropsychological studies, and we have been doing some neuropsychology exercises with patients having TBI and concussion. So this is the recent information, and this is thanks to you. You have kind of pushed us forward. But we will definitely think about that, and we have the representative of the Ministry of Health here, and in particular the department that always keeps developing advanced technologies, and the technologies you are talking about are new for Ukraine, though they are rather simple. So we have here Dr. Vasyl Strelka. I hope he has heard your suggestion, and altogether we will address your State Department for tens of doctors from Ukraine to pay a visit to your place, because the problem of concussion is really one of the major problems, and the TBI problem is also a great problem for Ukraine. So thanks a lot. Thank you for your time. Best wishes to the whole team of yours and to all your colleagues. Thank you. Thank you.
We come back here to Ukraine, and here we have a very important person for us. This is Mr. Tom Teig, who is the president of the humanitarian organization Direct Relief. This is the organization that actually brings lots of benefits not only to Ukraine, but actually during the last year you have brought billions of hryvnias to Ukraine in order to assist people to overcome the traumas of war. And I have probably usual question to you. Definitely you'll tell us what you're doing and what are your priorities, but I want to ask, how do you choose those whom you help?
you. It's a difficult question because there's a lot of need in the world. Who do you help? It's lifeboat. But as on a lifeboat, it's women and children first. And I think for Ukraine, it was a very easy decision to, it's deeply compelling, it's horribly unjust, the aggression. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that Direct Relief has been able to support Ukraine is because people around the world wanted to support Ukraine, and they found their way to Direct Relief. So I think we are deeply privileged to assist, and I think just listening to all the speakers, you're talking about regulation and legislation and standardization, but I think today is really about innovation. And for everything that's been said, you have everything that's been said about all rehab, except you have with pediatrics too. Ukraine is confronting a set of circumstances that is unique in the modern world. And it's for rehabilitation, which is a broad concept with difficult measures. It's really important that the benefit of private philanthropic money is that it's flexible. You can take a chance with it. It's not political. And so we feel deeply privileged to have been introduced by Vasily to Unbroken and just seeing the idea. There's not a regulation for everything in the world, but I think, as Irina said, the universal quality is this spirit that drives innovation. So I am confident, and I'm not a clinician, but that the best practices in rehabilitation 5 years from now will be coming from you, not from expert, because you have to do it, and we need to support you. So it's not easy to decide where Direct Relief should support, but with Ukraine, it's simple. It's very easy. Thank you.
Дякую. Ви абсолютно відчувається, коли людина працює в полі і розуміє, про що йдеться. І
so to say, in the field and understands what he or she is speaking about. Pediatrics is usually in the focus of attention, but still not always. And in our center, we want to establish a mental health center for kids and teenagers. So we have found money for infrastructure, but the greatest problem is that we cannot find the doctors, children, psychologist or psychotherapist, people who would know how to work with the war trauma in kids and teenagers. Does the organization have an aim to support serious training programs in order to retrain people who specialize in adult psychology, so to retrain them into the children's psychology? It cannot be done overnight. Okay, we have special retraining programs. We have reduced the training periods, but we want to have highly qualified people working with our kids. So does Direct Relief see itself as the organization that will assist establishment of high-quality training programs for people who are going to work with in kids and mothers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Really, what Direct Relief can provide is money. And money is helpful. As I mentioned, there's not a regulation for everything. There's not a practice for things that have never occurred before. modern weaponry aimed at children is not happened. So all the experience with soldiers is important and essential, but it has to be adapted for civilian children who are suffering the effects of this war. It's a very high degree of difficulty, but if nothing else, Ukrainians' creativity, adaptation, ingenuity, engineering, it's very clear around the world what Ukrainians are capable of. So that's why flexible private philanthropic money is really important. You're trying to fight a war, and so it's a good role for the private philanthropic money to come in and put resources behind the idea, even if the plan isn't perfect.
Absolutely. Thank you, thank you. And ми сьогодні маємо тут міністерство.
And we have here representatives from the ministry. We'll definitely take some consultations with Vasil Strelka and with our colleagues from Yale and Harvard universities and their programs for children. So probably we can establish high-quality training programs for potential children's psychologists and psychotherapists who would specialize in war trauma. And coordination on the part of ministry is important here. So thank you very much for having these intentions.
Okay, so let's go over to our next speaker. I don't know whether you are tired of listening to me, but I'm not tired of talking. So let's continue with our discussion. And let me give the floor to Professor Israel Dutkevich, who is the Director on Rehabilitation of the Department of Rehabilitation of the Medical Center Sheba in Israel. Good afternoon, dear Professor. We are happy to welcome you online in Ukraine.
Good evening. Thank you.
Yeah. Хочу відзначити те, що я особисто люблю вчитися.
Let me point out that I like learning a lot from Israel doctors, psychotherapists, psychologists, because, you know, theory is always the same, but the words and the contemplations of Israeli doctors really show you that these are the people who work on a daily basis with traumas. This is not just theoretical storytelling or a theoretical retelling of the idea. That is practical conceivement, practical realization. So let me ask you a pragmatic question. Could you please tell me, what should a pragmatic rehabilitation center for people with war trauma look like?
The question will be asked in English, otherwise I will not understand. I speak English and not Russian.
I'm sorry, do you have a translation or not?
No.
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry, because previous speakers, they had a translation. So I will repeat the question. I just said it that I really, but very short version of this.
That's okay.
I really like to learn from the Israeli doctors, psychologists, psychotherapists, because besides the deep theoretical knowledge, they have a huge practical experience, yeah, and the everyday experience working with war trauma for many years, actually for 70 years. And that's why I would like to ask you about the few practical thoughts, how supposed to a contemporary rehabilitation department for the patient with war trauma should like, how it's supposed to be.
Well, I do it, I try to answer the question. I don't have slides to make it much easier. Anyway, like in any other thing, you should define the targets. You should define the goals. For example, are you treat soldiers? Are you treat civilians? Are you treat both of them? basically we treat soldiers, but we treat the civilians and we treat them in the same departments. We don't have different places and different departments for soldiers and civilians. That's one thing. It's changed the system, but we think it's in a way it makes it more efficient. That's one thing. The other thing is that we should remember, and it doesn't matter if it's soldiers, civilian, others. We can't do everything on the same time, and that's the reason why we should make priorities and go by that. The other thing, which is very important from any point of rehabilitation, and it doesn't matter if it's the prosthetic view, if it's the psychology view or other thing, it's the multidiscipline team working, which include all of them, and it's the basic of every department, every rehabilitation place in Israel. We're working together. You can't work alone because otherwise it's not a rehabilitation. It's just, some one-to-one an appointment, and it's not the same. The other thing is that, especially after being in Lviv, I think twice or 3 times, which is a very critical point, is the personnel. We should remember that it takes time to educate or to build personnel, or to build, it doesn't matter if it's a physiotherapist or psychologist, which have the experience. It's in a way easier if you have the people and you just make some adoption and change the way that they work. But at least in Israel, and I think that in many other places, you always don't have enough. And we should remember that it takes a long time to rebuild this kind of workers. It can take few years, and it doesn't take few weeks. So it's one thing. It's other things that we should remember when we plan to go to rehab, and it will take time, and that's the thing that we should have priorities. The other thing is that when speaking about trauma and war trauma, there are many ways to do it, but in a way we try to give if I try to make it in one moment, we try to give the people, soldiers or the wounded people or even the civilians, that they have some kind of goal in their life. We try to make them understand that life is not over. And the other thing is that we use a lot what we call compact friends, or people that have the same problem and can be role models for them, to show them that things can be done even if they have lost something or wounded or anything. Maybe not the same, maybe not the same way, maybe not the same results, but it can be done. It can be done differently, and it may be directed to other directions. And last thing, which is correct, which is true to anything, and even to what you ask, we should do what we call some kind of quality control or regular assessment of what we do, what we get, because sometimes we're going on one way and sometimes don't get to the results because we don't see, we're so inside, so we can't see that we get the wrong way or something. So that's the reason why we should do all the time some kind of external quality control and see that we are going on the correct way and not have to change it. Can be one patient or can be general, depends on things that happen. I hope that I answered the question. If not, I can add some more.
No, it's very condensed and very informative because of the practical knowledge you have working in Israel. But I have a small question. We have a very difficult problem is coming to us like a snowball. It's working with the people after captivity and torturing in captivity. Do you have in Israel, and we have no knowledge and no experience with such a trauma in our previous life, yeah? Do you have any special program for such a people who suffer from captivity and torturing?
Well, let's say that there are few events when the captivity were we deal with. The last event that was, let's say, not one people, but in a way, a mass event of this was, I think, about 30 or 40 years ago. And since then, lucky us, we didn't have to deal with such a thing that, there can be that there was one or two persons, at a time that was, but not a massive event like this. The programs were changes. It took time to understand that the captivity, it's not just, okay, you're now free and it's okay. There are some kind of things in Israel. Fortunately, we don't have to deal with them a lot, but we try to learn it and to improve it.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor, and thank you for time that your precious time that you are giving to us today. We really value it and appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Справді, ця тема дуже зворушлива, тема тортур і тема
The topic of captivity and torturing is really like a snowball that keeps coming to us. And all of you present here who are representing different cities and towns of Ukraine will definitely face this problem today, tomorrow, in a year or two. And we should all be ready for that. And you can see that Israel, which has been at war for 70 years, hasn't got this experience. This is going to be our experience. And I agree with Thomas that unfortunately we will have to teach others how to work with this. This is a new thing. We don't have any more time left, but I would still ask our panelists staying here just to give one sentence that comes to your mind after you have spent an hour and a half together with all of us in this real offline space and virtual space.
To say what's coming to your mind, like in psychoanalysis,
You're a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
I'm very nervous now. Direct Relief will allocate another $10 million for rehabilitation in Ukraine.
Now I am very nervous.
I've always been saying that you are an amazing guy, Thomas. I've always been saying that you're an amazing guy. This is not the first time Thomas has been coming to Ukraine, and this is the story when highly influential people can be really so much sensitive and simple that you can be just admiring them as a person, as a human. And it's really important for us to have your empathy. That's true. We are calling you our friend because only friends can support anyone like you do it with us. All right, Ira, but what would you tell to the audience? If we speak we are doing now and about the building, the birth of the building today and the birth of the project a year ago, this means that this year has been an incredible year in terms of the transformations. This has been a reactive year in terms of the development of this center. And today we have heard that we are moving in the right direction. We have seen the vector of our movement. We have not yet done all the things that we want to. We just need to take. But here we have the people on whom it all depends and who, if united, can really do all the things. And that's the most important thing we have got, human capacity that gets united for Ukrainians to have the best care here. And Oleg, thank you for what you are doing for this, because without you, we wouldn't have it as well. And without you, and without you, and without you. Vasil? Unfortunately, due to the war, we have the situation when the whole world is ready to help us, and it's actually helping us. Well, I think that the people from Lviv who have been to Harvard or some other educational institutions know that this is something that a year ago or a year and a half we could not even imagine. So it depends on us whether we convert those opportunities into rapid progress of our country. So when people come with some assistance, they expect that we are ready to accept the assistance and to really use it for the progress. This is the key thing. That's why our policy and strategy of the Ministry of Health is, and the logic is that everybody should be working. If you're not working, you will not have any food. That is the quotation from Dr. Strilka. If somebody is not working, you shouldn't be helping him. Everyone should be working now, should be working hard. And this is our slogan and our motto for the donors as well. Help the hospitals that are ready to accept the assistance, who accept this assistance and have done their own home assignment. Do not invest into the hospitals who are not ready and do not feel motivated to do this. This is pointless, and we should use our assistance in a good way. Let me crack a joke. Let's have a voting process now. So the facilitators are not supposed to have their own points of view, but let me tell you in brief, I'm really impressed. I'm impressed about the sincere speeches I have heard and about your sincere listening and response. Thank you, and come to our forum tomorrow. So I was supposed to say goodbye, but I have helped you. So thanks a lot for coming today. And now in the medical college where we had the rehabilitation conference and the lectures, we have the exhibition of medical equipment, and the amount of money invested into this is more than 200 million hryvnias. So go and have a look at this equipment today or tomorrow. Maybe your hospitals will need such equipment, and there are some representatives who can tell you more about this equipment. And tomorrow we will be waiting for you here at 9, and over an hour you will have a chance to have an excursion of the hospital and of the center. And today we have a full day of panel discussions together with several ministers, together with the multidisciplinary teams. And we will be talking about psychological rehabilitation, about treatment trauma, about the state policy in rehabilitation, about the multidisciplinary approach. And in parallel, we will also have in the lecture room, close to the exhibition of medical equipment, an important lecture on surgery. It will be about amputation and integration prosthetics, which is also one of the major parts. And every single lecture, every single panel discussion is recorded, and you will have it on the Unbroken Ukraine page, and you will be able to pass this material over to your experts. And in your badges you have the QR codes, and there we have already loaded, and we'll still keep loading the pictures from today's event for you to feel happy, and for you to be able to share the information on what event you attended today and to express your ideas on that point. Thank you, and let's come to it tomorrow.